What's up, guys? Hope everybody is well. Today we be leveling a new Thorns character. Let's just see how fast we can blast the campaign.
Not yet.
I think I already killed this guy, and I just reset the instance. But we'll kill him again just in case I didn't.
Foul energy gives life to you.
Recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows.
Go now, defiler of flame.
I think I have my music off sheet. Oh no, it's just not playing anything right now. Okay, we're good. I hear it now. Damn it. Pretty hyped about this. Chronomancer is still one of my favorite Ascendancies. It's in a little bit of an awkward spot still. The rework wasn't great. But I'm excited to try this build out. I don't think it's going to be good, but... Do you have leveling gear for these new characters already lined up? A lot of the time I just reuse my old Thorns leveling gear. But I did buy some like mana stacking gear lined up in preparation. But this is just all leveling gear I use on my Infernalist. And some of it was from my Warbringer. You know, this is my third time I'm leveling a Thorns character, so a lot of it's just stuff I already had, you know? But yeah, I prepare gear. It makes it more fun, you know? I've already done the campaign, you know? Recoup shenanigans, exactly. Yep, A9 WAG. That's the plan. We're gonna just Giga stack as much mana as possible. I don't think it's gonna do as much damage as the Warbringer or even close to it, but I bet it's gonna be hilariously unkillable. So we're gonna see what happens. This is more of just like a fun experiment. But yeah, it's gonna be, we're going for Recoup shenanigans. What do I think about class on block? I mean, I wouldn't use it for Thorns. There's nothing you're gonna cast that's gonna give you more value than Chernobog.
Do that yet.
Yeah, they did a weird, like, they reworked Chronomancer, and I feel like, I don't remember what the old one was, but, like, some of it was better, and some of it's worse, and, yeah. Chronomancer is, like, when I look at it, like, it's like, I shouldn't be doing it for Thorns, but the Recoup stuff alone makes it fun, so I'm literally just going it for Recoup, and the rest of the Ascendancy is just, like, the cooldown reduction thing will be okay for shield charge, and, like, you know, it's just very, like, weird situational buffs. So I'm literally just going for it for the 4-second Recoup. Because the rest of the Ascendancy doesn't really gel with Thorns, but I want to do a Chronomancer. And it might like swap too, because I do have the blood barrier here too. So maybe it's like a blood barrier Chronomancer build eventually, and we just like forget, like completely ditch Thorns. But blood barrier requires health, so you'd have to like mana and health stack, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time.
Oh, I can put this belt on.
I think not.
I think it gave me a bunch of mana.
Oriana, open the cage.
Later, Dork.
Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I so much more. Since you are too weak to do the job.
Yeah, there's not very many cooldowns right now. And not very many cooldowns that like benefit from it at all. Like, if you do an actual shield charge build where you're spamming shield charge, it can be good for that. But even in that scenario, it's like, you can just spec into cooldown reduction in the passive tree and through skill gems. So it just seems really, like, yeah.
Your pulse quickens. The eternal impure.
It's an awkward Ascendancy. It needs more love for sure. I'm sure by 1.0 it's going to look fairly different. Like, the only thing that's going to remain consistent on it is like the time stuff. But like, I'm sure like with how it's balanced will be very differently. I don't know. I haven't. What would you like block and cast? Like, I have no idea. I'm sure there's cast on block builds out there, but they don't fit for my builds. I have no idea. I don't have Crown of the Pale King, so I can't like take every hit. Like, those hits don't, I have to get melee hit. I guess I should have eaten that one. Will you hit me, fool? I don't even think that would proc my... Oh, it did proc Thorns. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what I would do in a cast on block build.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
Cast on block would never be like the core of your build. Like, I wouldn't ever go do cast on block build. I would be just happening to be doing a build that used that shield, and then I would put something like beneficial in it, like Eye of Winter. But you like, you wouldn't do it. I don't think you would build around it.
From the desert. From the Vastiri. Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop.
But I'm not sure.
As you wish.
That shield's usually expensive, isn't it? So I don't usually play with expensive items.
To make our preparations.
It's Fallen or whatever it's called. Is that which one it's called? Yeah, once we can use the helmet, it'll help a lot. I think we can use the helmet at 16. I'm 14. What boots am I even using? Where are my Thorns boots? Here's a pair. Ew, that's weird. Why is that one level 30, but this one's level... I don't even really need Briar Prash right now, so that's fine. Like, the Thorns crit doesn't matter right now. This Fallen's pretty cheap now? Oh, okay, gotcha. For some reason, I thought it was expensive. Maybe last league it was expensive. But no, I've never done a Fallen build. I haven't really thought about that shield. The Lucky Block is is way more cooler on it than... I am... Where's my helmet? I've got too many Thorns tabs. Do I have a helmet someplace? Oh, here's a helmet. Okay. Why is it require level 30, though? Is it because of the, Oh, the rune I have in it. The runes... Oh, the greater runes are what's making it expensive. I see. Well, we'll take a rune out of it then. I have a lesser rune. We can put this rune in. I don't care. That'll make it usable at 16. Okay. Hey, what's up, dragon?
We must pursue Oriana. The seed of corruption has begun. A fledgling.
Yeah, like there's... I don't see how you would do... Like, there's no way you would use a cast on block for damage. Whatever you're casting on it would be giving you, like, a curse. You would put a curse in it or something, and that's just, like, boring. So why Chrono? Recoup? Yeah, I'm just gonna try some weird Recoup build. Is we're just gonna... My plan is to, like... Get Eldritch Battery. We're not gonna do Mind Over Matter. We're gonna do a different chess piece. That's, like, called Cloak of Defiance. There's, like, a bunch of mana damage taken recouped as mana. We're gonna, like, do energy shield stacking, and we're just gonna get our mana as high as possible. And just see what happens. The damage is probably going to be really ass. Like, I am expecting this build to not clear Waystone 15s with +4 boss modifiers. But I just want to see what it looks like. We're just testing the potential of a mana stacking Thorns build. But yep, it's just Recoup. We're just trying the Recoup style. It's probably gonna suck. Yeah, I'll do lightning damage with the style I'm playing. I won't be playing Armor Break at all. Well, I mean, I'll be running Scavenge. I'll be running a Resonating Shield because that's probably the channel spell I'm going to be using. Like, I don't see me using, like, Incinerate or something. So we're probably just going to use Resonating Shield and have a 5-link prepared for it. We're really going to try cheesing it up. What do you mean, why no Hoa? You say why no Hoa as if I just said the words. I won't be using Hoa.
I will learn all the secrets of this world.
Right, but the way you phrased that was like implying that, like I said, I won't be doing that. Like, I have no idea what the endgame setup's gonna look like.
Ready to hunt. Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of
The only item I've thought about is Defiance of, or Cloak of Defiance? Cloak of, something like that. Some mana thing. And then I started the character. But I have no Mobolytics planned or anything yet. I have no idea what the endgame is going to look like yet. I'm not against or for any items currently. You don't think Knight Thorns? No, it's my main farming character. I'll probably have an update for it in a couple days, I think. I'm probably not pushing it all the way. I've decided I'm like... I've bought every upgrade I want to for my Thorns Ignite build, except the life, what are they called? Life Jewels? What are they called? What are the Life Jewels called? Grand Spectrum Rubies? I'm not gonna buy them. They're a very minor health increase for how much you have to invest into them, and I don't think that health increase is gonna solve my problems with the build. So I've made a bunch of updates to it. There's probably a video and maybe tomorrow or the next day. But yeah, I'm not gonna buy those health jewels. It's not Like, it makes the build better for sure, but I'm not going to waste 30 Divine when I could buy a Chernobog instead for other builds. But I'm not done with the build. In the sense that, like, I won't be playing it anymore. It's my main farming character. Like, I farmed, like, 11 Divines yesterday playing it. I made a new, Magic Find set on them. I essentially just made a new Magic Find set. Bought the upgrades that were, like, reasonable. Like, I bought a better Black Flame Ring. I bought a couple other things. I should show real quick. Just so I can just have a quick... Like, I've updated the mobalytics already with the new passive tree. But the passive tree is like... this now. And I have a From Nothing that lets me anoint this. So, like, my damage is just great. It's just my problem is, survivability. And... there's no amount of survivability I can invest into that makes it, like, live. Like, I get my damage for a survivability that doesn't make up for it, so... why not go for max block nodes? Not worth it. I tried a max block style, lost way too much crit. My damage was, like, not worth it. And was still dying to one-shots, like... block doesn't save you from one-shots. You can only get to 75, 80%, 83% with, like, Giga Cap gear. So, eventually, you're going to get hit by a boss that you don't block it, and you die. So, that investment into block did literally nothing for the build to solve my problems. It just reduced the chances of dying, but I was still dying a considerable amount of time. So, it was just make the build, farm as much as farm as best as it could for what it can do. It farms ultimatums and Waystone 15s very easily. I can do like Breach +2 on it very easily. +3 is a little hard. Like some abilities just one-shot me and you die. But yeah, like I'm sure you could push it to a +4, but I don't want to invest any more currency into it. I've already spent like 20 Divines on this build, but that's the passive tree. I added the Scytha Spear, which helped a lot with the damage, by the way. And then I got a bunch of rarity pieces. Oh yeah, I got this Black Flame Ring. It's got a 60% increased magnitude of Ignite with only a 44% reduced duration on Ignite. So this was just a way better corruption roll. And then in all my other pieces for my I got a new ring, a new neck, and new gloves that all have rarity. So it's essentially just my Magic Find character now. It's sitting at, or a farming character now. It's 3,100 life. Not fully capped, but it's where it's at. Obviously, it could be min-maxed more, but I'm beyond investing more currency into it, I think. It just costs too much, and it doesn't change the gameplay for me. So I'd rather just invest in other builds while farming with this guy as it is. But yeah, there will be a video update just going over the changes. The biggest one's the Scytha Spear, though, for the Aggravating Knight. How come the Thorns Chronomancer? What's the visions? Recoup. Mana stacking recoup. I saw a video from Dreamcore. And he talked about... what is it? This chest piece here, Cloak of Defiance. 30% of damage taken from mana before life, which it essentially functions like mind over matter, which is 100% of damage taken over life. But you can get up to a high percent. You don't really need 100% damage taken over life. And this doesn't come with the downside. The downside of Mind Over Matter is it neuters your mana regeneration. But this doesn't. So it's like a mana stacking, get your mana as high as possible. And then we're going to be able to take Eldritch Battery, which converts all our energy shield to mana. And most people can't take Eldritch Battery because it doubles their mana cost. But because we're going to be using like a level 5 resonating shield, its mana cost going from 20 to 30 when we're recouping so much mana constantly won't be a problem at all. Tactician mission builds aren't happening, man. The reason I League started my Tactician was for Tactician minion builds, and I re-rolled to my Lich because Tactician minion builds don't work. It's bugged. The Ascendancy is dog shit. I literally League started it for minion builds. The Ascendancy is bugged and sucks. There's like 4 or 5 builds that like kind of work on it, but there's no, like, it's just the minions don't get buffed well by it, and half the minions that get summoned don't even get buffed by it. Like, there's just so many presence bugs. It sucks. It sucks, man. I'm very salty about Tactician. I wanted it to be my minion build. Alright, we're about to put on Crown of the Pale King, and I'm going to try out this Blood Barrier shield. I haven't leveled with it yet, but I do want to see what it looks like. Because I've never actually used it. Because it's possible this mana stacking Thorns build doesn't work for like DPS, and then I have to like try a hybrid with like a Recoup unkillable Blood Barrier build instead. So like Blood Barrier is the long-term backup, but I've never actually used it yet either, so we're gonna try using it. Yeah, I was sad about Tactician. The minion build I just did on my Lich redeem, I was wanting to do that build on my Tactician. I made that build for my Tactician and it didn't work. That's why I leveled the Lich. It just... You get nothing from the Ascendancy right now. It's awful. Alright. Blood Barrier. Crown of the Pale King. Perfect. Now we'll fly through the campaign. Wait. Oh, this isn't a... Oh, this is a buckler. You can't shield charge with this. I didn't know that. That's unfortunate. It doesn't seem to have any value right now since I'm not blocking ever. And if I do block, they get one shot. We'll have to test Blood Barrier in another setting. I doubt it, Miller time. Would it work? Like, functionally? Yes. Would it be good? No. You'd be better off doing, like, if that style worked at all, it'd be better on a Titan anyway. Like, I plan on doing Poison Thorns sometime soon. Might be after this Lightning Thorns character. And if I were to do Poison Thorns, it would be on a Titan for sure. Hell, I'd probably do it on a Chayula monk, a Chalupa monk. than Pathfinder, to be honest. Which has felt best to use so far? My Fire Thorns. Well, best? Well, like, the Warbringer is the only one that plays like a traditional Thorns character. So, like, that one, like, for fun best. That one's by far the best. Like, if I was to recommend anyone to play any Thorn style, it'd be the Warbringers. Because it's not only just insanely tanky and can do Arbiter, but it's versatile. You've got Bleed, Lightning, and just Armor Break Thorns, right? Like, there's multiple styles you can play with the Warbringer style. But the Fire Ignite Thorns build is awesome as fuck. Like, that's my favorite build of this patch, like, by far. I love that build. The Ignite Bira's Thorns build is fucking awesome. But it's, like, got a lot of problems to it. Like, I don't think you're doing... Not without, like, better optimization, or, like, I don't know. I just get one shot too much, so you just have to completely redesign the defensives, which would make mapping slower and stuff. I don't know, I don't want to do that trade-off. I like it for what it's doing for me right now. Ultimatum and maps. Like, you could probably get it boosted higher, but I don't know, they're both equally good. They just, both have their flaws. Yeah, I mean, I think in either style, yes, exactly, Decimus. I think in either style, you just have to accept. I mean, I think that just should be my, like, disclaimer at the beginning of every Thorns video is this game has one-shots and you have to take damage to deal damage. So you're just going to have to accept them. I think that might just have to be, like, it's good advice. And I might just have to just add that as a disclaimer because it's... I don't know if you're solving one-shots with any Reflect build right now. What? Plenty of people game on laptops. Like, are desktop computers better? Yes. Will a laptop eventually die from gaming? Yes. But so will a desktop. You know what stops a desktop from dying? Replacing its parts. It's harder to do that on a laptop. In some cases, impossible. But, like, eventually those parts on the desktop die and you have to replace them. That's no different than replacing a laptop, right? Like, whatever that person was saying, I can't tell if what just got posted in the chat was a meme or not. I might just be getting baited by a meme, but there's nothing wrong with gaming laptops. Yes, PCs are better in just like most scenarios, especially for a gaming. How much will my laptop live? I mean, I have no idea. It was average laptop lasts like 2 to 5 years. Oh, you got time. 6 months is plenty. Like, at some point, you'll have to replace, like, a key or something, but it's not like it's gonna die tomorrow on you unless you spill water on it.
I need more time.
Alright, watch this, guys. She's gonna fry herself. See ya, dweeb! Oh, she froze herself, lol. I was like, why didn't she kill herself? Sorry, we don't say kill herself. Thorns herself.
Just don't. Touch me, Faridan.
How the hell did you kill her without touching her? Magic.
Inspiring.
Watch this, boys. You ever seen anyone slam a 5 link in a resonating shield? Get at me. Excuse me. Yeah, I appreciate Hell Kitty. Okay, so we want, what is it, mobility? Yep. No, we won't need it while, we won't need mobility while we use this shield, but this shield probably won't be, like, used forever, right? It'll be used while leveling. What is it? Unabating? Oh, you can't use unabating in this one. Unbreakable. Yep. Magnified effect. Oh, can magnified effect not go in it? That sucks. Wow, you can't put magnified effect in resonating shield? This game sucks. Why not? Is that intended? Why would that be intended? Why wouldn't they want the barrier, the resonating shield, to have a bigger aura? It's an area ability, right? Like, why doesn't magnified effect fit in here? I don't understand the developer logic there. It's either unintended or they're weird. I'm guessing it's unintended. Might not have used that 5 link if I knew I couldn't magnified effect into it though. Okay. Well, that's a big L. Oh, I'm already using it? Is that what's happening? No, I'm not. Oh, I am already using it. Oh my god, you just saved my life. Icut, you're a legend.
Now is not the time for that.
It ended up in spear throw. That's what happened when I tried using it the first time. Saved my life. There we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, the third option was me being stupid. Okay. I don't think we need armor explosion. I don't know if we need rage. Let's see here. I think we'll put Quill Burst in it. Because at some point I won't be using Rake. I'll probably be swapping to Maces.
Best not do
So if
that.
like Resonating Shield, if we're just gliding through the map using Resonating Shield, and Quill Burst is like just doing extra AoE damage off of it. You can't put Barbs into it, but I think you can put Quill Burst into it. So these are the required for... What is the 5th option then? Won't be lightning. Like, I don't think it'll be shock chance because it's the Thorns doing the shocking. So Resonating Shield. It won't be inspiration unless we swap to a high level one. Oh, I had to put Crackling Barrier in it. What did I have that in? Oh, duh. I completely forgot Crackling Barrier has to go on it. I forgot I had set that in Shield Slam, so that's the 5.
Now is not the time for that.
And when I get this shield, I'll just be flying through the campaign blocking. I'm pretty sure I'm using a 3050. Or, I don't know. I don't have a good computer, so. And I play this game just fine.
Stay inside.
In the video, I talk about that, Shmoko. Most of the clips in the video, I'm not even using Gilded Beetle.
So let us.
Oh my god, you guys, my YouTube chat wasn't updated. I've missed so many messages from you guys. I need to read and catch up. I mean, you saw the content I was clearing with it. I was doing Waystone 15s without it. You saw everything I was doing in the video. I shouldn't focus on the story of this game if you want to. A lot of people are into the lore. Sorry, I gotta catch up on YouTube chat. I wasn't seeing wet messages for a long time for some reason. Is it because the Pokemon deal... okay, so the Tactician just wasn't... like, there are things in the... like, I haven't tried pushing the build pinnacle bosses yet, Shmoko. Like, I'm not playing it until Gilded Beetle's back. Like, I showed off what I showed off, and now, like, I'm not going to invest more currency into it until Gilded Beetle's back. And then I'll, like, you know, do an update that's like, it can clear +3 breach, but I don't see the point in, like, investing into it. Dude, let's see this in action. I'm gonna read every message slower now because you're telling me what to do. But yeah, the Tactician, like, enemies or allies of, or summons of your minions don't count as your allies. So anything in your presence is, like, broken half the time. So that's why Tactician didn't work. The rest of Chronomancer looks really useless for you, which feels bad. Yep. I expect this build to not go far. Sorry, guys. I'm catching up on all of these YouTube messages. My YouTube chat was not updating for, like... I feel bad that I didn't respond to any of y'all. Did they do anything with Chronomancer? I feel like they made Chronomancer worse. I forget what the old Ascendancy was, but... yeah, I'm just trying Recoups and Yenigans. I doubt this is better than my Warbringer, but I'm just trying it for fun. Just to, like... let's see what Lightning Recoup can do. And then when we hit a wall, we stop, right? I doubt it's clearing anything high level. Ocean like onion. Yeah, look at all you guys telling me in chat. You already had it on another gym. Yeah, I was just so behind on the YouTube chat. Sorry, guys. What will be the end goal with the Chronomancer Thorns build? Just as much mana as possible. We're going to see how high we can get our mana. And we're going to do a Recoup build. Dren, hell yeah. Yeah, PoE2.db. Okay, sorry. I had to catch up there, you guys. My YouTube chat, like, randomly will, like, bug out, and I won't see a message for a while until I refresh the chat. I gotta figure out what's to do differently there. Yeah, right now this doesn't have the most value because we're going to be getting a lot more Thorns later on when we have a lot higher mana. Like, the hope is we can get, like, a giga stack of mana, but I don't know how high it'll actually go. Yeah, that feels awful while leveling. We just keep Barbs and Rake for leveling because Resonating Shield does not feel useful. It'll be better in mapping at late game for this style, but right now I do plenty of damage with just Rake. Can Thorns be on ability on a rare beast which we can tame? I don't think so. Hey, thanks, Parky. Yeah, I love this game. I used to work a lot of, like, I work in game development, so, and I do all the video editing for our team, so I know how to, like, make game trailers, but I used to also do, like, game trailers for Amazon Game Studios for their game Breakaway, and then I used to do observing work for StarCraft and Heroes of the Storm, which is, like, the in-game cameraman for their esports events. So it's like I know how to get cinematic shots and stuff, and that's one thing I love about this game is, like, how good it looks. And, like, I can use, like, in a lot of my video thumbnails, you'll see, like, actual in-game screenshots, like, zoomed in, and, like, the resolution doesn't break and shit, just because, like, the game is just so high quality. It's really nice. Like, in most games, using in-game, art or screenshots for thumbnails looks pretty tacky. But for this game, like, I can be, like, zoomed in like this, and, like, it looks awesome in the thumbnail, you know? I turn off all the life bars and stuff, but yeah, the game's pretty good looking.
I need more time. Break a sweat.
Damn, Dren. Yeah, I haven't really done any of gear purchasing. I bought some, like, mid-tier mana gear at, like, level 30 just so I could test the style while leveling. But the only thing I bought was the Cloak of Defiance. But I haven't really invested into late-game stuff yet, just because I want to see what it looks like in early maps before I, like, decide what stats I need to prio. I could check it out later, Ocean. Not right now, though. I want to just do some serious damage to the campaign. So we zoom mode. The thing about this build is it's, like, going to be unkillable. Or maybe it'll be killable. We'll find out. It's just not going to do damage. Like, that's my concern is, like, I'm pretty sure we can make this insanely tanky, but we're not really going to kill anything. Oh, nice. Yeah, I bought a 50% Cloak of Defiance enchant. I don't know if Thorns enchant is BIS for it, though. You might want, like, a higher roll on the damage converted or something, but yeah, I bought a 50% 2-socket off of trade. Yeah, so that's the only thing I bought. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it.
Not yet.
Ah, nice, Dren. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one silly enough to be trying this build out. Yeah, like when you get the energy shield, like, because the main problem with the energy shield converted to mana is the mana cost being doubled, but resonating shield at this level, if like we keep it at level 5, only costs 16 mana, so that being doubled does nothing when we have like what? I mean, I have no idea what our mana will be like, but like what, 8 to 10k probably, maybe higher? I have no idea. And then hopefully, but like even then, when you're converting, what is it? What's Crackling Barrier? Like 15% of maximum damage? That's not a lot of Thorns damage. Like my Warbringer gets up to 17,000 Thorns damage. So I just don't see the damage being good enough. It'll just be super tanky. But maybe I'm wrong. Later, Babala. Is there a reason you use spears with Thorns build? Yeah. Rake is good mobility. There's an argument to use hammers, but for mapping, you just got to use Rake.
Goodbye.
Really? That's hilarious. Blink makes cast on dodge work.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do right now? Why is my quest not updated? Oh, right. I wasn't done in the Trader's Passage. All I did was kill Babala. I've got to go through the gates. Level too many characters. Brains off. Maps with Burning Ground are so nice for Bira. Yeah. I was thinking about it was either this character or a Ritualist. I was going to try and make a Ritualist work with Bira's. And then if it didn't work, I was going to make it like a meme-only Burning Ground map build. But I decided to go with Thorns Chronomancer first. But yeah, Burning Ground maps are so nice with Bira's. But yeah, I thought about doing like a Giga life stacking Ritualist, and then you just only run Burning Ground maps on it. Would be a silly ass time.
Dead Marquez. The Faridan must infest the... Hold them back while I open the gate! Reopen ancient gates of seven waters.
I used to feel that way, Redeem, but I no longer feel that way. Like, it's annoying, but the other way also comes with problems that are like... There's like lots of weird balance issues, like... It completely throws off the leveling meta. And like the devs have to read balance around it, and it usually just like, it's not a good gameplay experience. Like, yes, you level faster when you're spamming those side objectives, but... What usually ends up happening in Diablo is you end up spamming the same thing for the entire leveling process. There's just one thing that's mathematically better. Like, while it's like easier on the gameplay experience, it's because you just haven't learned the campaign enough. Also, the PoE 2 campaign is just slower in general because of, you know, the combat's harder. But I don't know if I would not like that kind of system in this game, I think. Just because of what it would do to leveling alts, like it would just be really weird, and like it would just completely, yeah, it'd be weird. I don't know. It makes sense in a game like PoE and PoE 2. But I get why people want that other way, because I used to feel the same way. But part of the problem why the campaign is extra boring is because you have to do Act 1, 2, and 3 on Cruel. So it's like you're repeating Act 1, 2, and 3 twice, so it's like extra repetitive. At some point, Act 1, 2, and 3 Cruel are Act 4, 5, and 6, right? So that whole leveling through the whole campaign won't be like doing the campaign twice per alt, it'll be doing it once, right? And then it'll be like better streamlined and stuff. I'm not 100% for it, but I don't hate it.
If we can allow the caravan to all the gates, my warriors.
It depends on the ailment, Decimus, but yes. From my understanding. But I have not done like a Poison Thorns build yet to like test that. But well, I think that's just a different pace that they're going for with this game. Like, they don't want the game to just be a breeze that you, like, that's why a lot of people are already done playing Last Epoch. They shat through the campaign in 2 hours, beat the end game within 3 days. Next day, they make an alt, they clear the game already on that, and now they're done with the game. Like, this game is just not that. And I don't think I would want it to be that. But yeah, like, I definitely prefer, like, I do not like any way it was executed, and, like, so for me, I hate the PoE 1 campaign more than any leveling experience in any ARPG I've ever done, right? So but that being said, like, the Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 systems are not good. Like, they're mindless, boring grinds. Like, anytime you play Diablo 3 or Diablo 4, you know what most people do? They go look up a Rax guide. Rax tells you the best XP brackets for each level area, and you only spam that. It doesn't matter what the content is, it'll be that only thing you spam over and over. And that, to me, is way boring than the PoE 2 campaign. There's a lot of things in the PoE 1 campaign I hate because of the friction involved with it, but the PoE 2 campaign is just like... It's long, but at least it's fun. I'd rather have it, the whole experience be fun and I make less alts than whatever the D4 experience is. Like, maybe there's a nice middle ground, but... Like, what would the leveling experience be that you would want PoE 2 to make? Because, like... whatever it was, it probably would not be fun. Like, they would have to completely innovate that whole leveling experience in my mind, I guess. Because they would, like, what would you do? Just, like, level, like, it'd be like, you'd have to have, like, 8 different versions of Delve that you could level up from level 1, and I don't think that would be a good leveling experience. But we were, like, so far from having enough content in the game to be able to pull that off, I guess. I have not tried Whirling Slash yet. It looks really fun. Well, I did try Whirling Slash for Thorns early on, specifically. Rake's just better. I have not tried a Whirling Slash build, but if you're asking if I've tried Whirling Slash as a Thorns alternative for Rake, Rake's better. Rake hits multiple targets and does a lot of extra stuff with the Stomping Ground, because Stomping Ground can proc the stuff. Rake's really good. I tried Whirling, what is it called? Whirling Slash at like 2 or 3 different level brackets, and it just never felt good while leveling. Not compared to Rake. Rake also has the added benefit of, like, dashing you to crazy long distances and shit. Let's do, where is it? Let's get Ascendancy. But yeah, I did try it Soul Ripper. I just didn't like it that much. Might have just been a playstyle thing. They're both good, but I liked what Rake added to it.
The Winter Sekhema's challenge. I am right where I deserve to be.
I don't know, maybe it's just because I've only played OP Thorns leveling builds, but I have had no issue with the campaign on any of my characters. To be honest, it feels about the same as the... Like, I played meme builds all of last patch, and so they sucked, right, going through the campaign. Like, my campaign experience feels honestly easier this time around than last time. So, like, the complaints about how hard the campaign is, I do not feel that. I don't think it's slower than last time, but I wasn't doing 3-hour speed runs before. But I don't know. But this game is not, the campaign's not more difficult to me. But I've just got OP Thorns leveling sets too, so.
My time has come.
I think if you're like trying to level with all of the builds you played last patch, most of them got adjusted or nerfed in one way, but there are plenty of good builds that dominate the campaign. At least from what I've seen. But I don't like play solo self-bound stuff, so if you're from a solo self-bound perspective, you know, the game's obviously plays different. I feel like anytime you hit a wall with your build, you can always trade to fix it. All you need is an Exalt or two, and then you're past the wall. Yeah, I heard there's a lot of Rake plus Stomping Ground leveling builds, and then obviously Thorns can use it. There's also the added thing that, like, I have, like, 3 times more the experience this patch than I did last patch, so, like, obviously, like, I'm better at the game this time around, so I'm going faster, so, you know. The perspective is skewed, but... I guess when you leveled, like, 4 different Magma Barrier builds last patch, this game definitely feels, like, easier. Magma Barrier was kind of rough last patch. Correct, Soul Ripper. That's why I don't like... That's why, like, when people ask me questions like, what are your thoughts here? What are your plans with the Chronomancer? Why are you doing this? Like, I don't have many plans. Like, there's no point in thinking that far ahead because there's, like... Path of Building to me is stupid. I don't ever want to do it. I might do it one day, but it's not fun. But, like, yeah, you can't test stuff, but I don't know. You just level. I have no idea if this Thorns Chronomancer is going to work. It probably won't. Obviously, I get to play the game a lot more. So, if a build fails for me, it's like less of a time waste, I guess. But, yeah, this game needs like, I don't know why the game doesn't have, like, target dummies or something in your stash, so we could at least have, like, a DPS meter. But, yeah, I mean, you can't test stuff unless you have the items and unless you have the gear level. Yep, that happened to me a lot in the first patch, Soul Ripper. I brick so many builds, or then I would just, like, waste so much current. Like, there's still times, like, every build I waste so many divines just testing stuff. Still, like, I'm constantly burning currency, wasting millions of gold on respecs. Again, I guess the difference is now that I've, like, learned from the last patch, I was able to, like, prepare better with more gold, like, I'm vendoring constantly. Is it hard for new players to get into this game? I don't think so. The game's fun. It's just early access game. Like, you shouldn't play it if you're a new player. Like, this game is not, like, new player friendly because it's an early access game. When it's out, it'll be new player friendly. But it depends on, like, how you approach games. Like, there's so many new players who, like, come into this game with other ARPG experience, and they're like reasonably good at those ARPGs, so they come into this game trying to min-max everything like they did in the last game, and they're like, oh, this is overwhelming, and they quit. Quit thinking about it. Quit thinking about it. Just play the game. It's fun. You'll figure it out eventually. You might brick a few characters, but next season, you'll get to try again, and the season after that, you'll try again. But, yes, it is overwhelming, and if you, like, have that mindset where you need to, like, before I start my character, I need to know everything about it. All the things for the early game, where I transition in the mid-game, and what the ultimate end game looks like. I need to know how much gold I need. I need to know what divines I gotta spend. Like, if that's how you think about this game and you're a new player, you're being silly to yourself. You don't need to clear +4 Arbiter with every build, and you don't need to clear +4 Arbiter with your first build. Just play the game, and if you make it to maps, hell yeah. You probably had a good enough time along the way and learned enough that the next character you make will make it to red maps. And then the character after that will make it to your first pinnacle boss, you know? But you'll never reach that point if you just are too concerned about trying, you know? And obviously there's the time cost portion of it, because yeah. I'm a streamer who works from home and has a game development job, so I get to invest extra time into this. It's a bit different. Oh, I missed one. Where are they? Oh, down here.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Well, if you're playing Thorns for your first character, like, Thorns is not like a meta build in like the sense that it clears super well and fast. So if it's your first character, the fact that you even made it to tier 13 maps is a good thing. How much sacred water I have? I don't have to buy something? Okay. Yep, exactly, Redeem. Now, that first time where it all actually clicks, it's like the best feeling in the world. Oh, gotcha, Soul Ripper. Huh, that's cool, man. Thorns got you that far. I mean, that's a big dub, dude. And just keep in mind the game's not out yet, right? Like, everyone right now, we're in the hyperbolic time chamber. We're getting extra training that other people don't have. Because a majority of people, like, people don't understand. Gamers, they spend too much time in concentric circles. They think their gamer groups are, like, way bigger, way bigger than they actually are. A very small minority of people will buy an early access game. A large majority of players will never play an early access game. There are so many more people who are going to play this game that haven't come out yet, so, like, don't feel like you're behind or you're wasting your time by trying stuff now. This is you getting ahead of the game. This is when you want to try stuff. Hey, later, OCN. I can't sell that right now. I'm in trial. Okay, then. Well, there's a subreddit. It's called Path of Exile 2 Builds. Soul Ripper. You can always just post questions about your build there with, like, screenshots of what your character tree looks like and stuff. And they'll be like, hey man, you just need to like buy this item to increase your damage here, or if you're dying too much, you just need to solve these problems with this stuff here. Like, you can use that place as a resource. I do see like a lot of people just post their builds like that. So if you ever wanted to go back to one of those builds, don't be afraid to post it on the subreddit and just be like, hey guys, I've hit this wall with this build, I'm new. Where am I critically wrong here? Because you might not be too far off. It might just be that you're using like 1 or 2 support gems that are wrong. It might just be that your like skill gem level is too low. So if you just grinded a couple levels, you're really close to a big damage spike. You know. All these people whispering me to buy stuff while I'm in the middle of trial. Why can't they be whispering me when I'm not in trial? I wasn't saying a lot of people didn't buy this game, but a lot more have not bought this game that are going to. Like, what did the Steam sale, or not buy it, but it's going to be free to play, right? Like, what did the Steam peak player count? Was it like 400,000? It's going to break 1 million on Steam alone when it's free to play. Then it's going to be free to play on all consoles, or at least Xbox and PlayStation. Like, there are so many people who are not playing it that are going to be. Wasn't saying that not many people hadn't bought it. There are definitely a lot of people bought it, but you're talking about an early access game that's going to be free to play. Plenty of people are willing to wait like that. So the player base is going to like quadruple in size.
That was close.
You would have to be more specific about which mobs you're talking about, Soul Ripper. But that's why you go Warbringer for Turtle Charm.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
But I would have to know which mobs. There's just some mobs that suck for Thorns and you lose. Oh, okay, Retro, that's a good idea.
Furious Stone Lord, I challenge you.
Beware of the burst.
Later, do you think the lightning version is better than bleeding? I'm not sure. I think lightning might be better single target. We're talking about the Warbringer specifically. We're talking about like the lightning variant that I have on my Warbringer's mobilytics. That might be better than the bleed. But if you're talking about this Chronomancer build I'm doing, this Chronomancer build probably sucks ass. I feel like it'll be a trade-off. I'm not sure, Miner. I have to. That's something I'm testing probably next week. But my suspicion is Lightning Thorns is going to be better single-target DPS, whereas Bleed Thorns will be better for mapping. But I don't know. What's the plan for Chronomancer? Mana stacking, Recoup, Thorns,
If you wish to
cheese.
will succeed.
I don't know, Saraz Ayaba. It's what I see everyone using on PoE Ninja. I'm not a math guy. I just copy the good players for that kind of stuff. But I see everyone on PoE Ninja using the 40 HPs. Yeah, like, my problem, like, this build's gonna suck A-Tech because, like, so what I'm doing is, just to do a quick rundown for those who are just tuning in, I'm doing a mana stacking recoup, like, to become essentially unkillable using this cloak. So, like, the reason I'm using this cloak is, where is it? It's called Cloak of Defiance. 30% of damage is taken from mana before life. And you can stack a bunch more of this to get close to 100%. We're probably not going to 100%. We're probably going to like 60 to 70% because that's probably more effective. But the reason we're doing this instead of Mind Over Matter is because Mind Over Matter makes you take 50% less recovery rate. So we'll be having Giga Recovery when we take damage. All damage is going to instantly refill our mana. Our mana is going to be most of our damage. And then at some point, when our gear is super high, we're going to take Eldritch Battery. It converts all our energy shield to mana to double our mana. Or to get us more mana, not double it. It doubles our mana cost, but we're probably not going to be using anything with a high mana cost, so that'll be fine. The problem I have with this build is, one, even with the mana as high as I imagine we can get it, it's probably not going to be more Thorns damage than my Warbringer. I could be wrong, but I imagine my Warbringer does way more Thorns damage. Two, when you're channeling, you're not attacking, so you can't benefit from barbs, so you won't have that damage, so it's just another damage loss. And then three, because we're doing the Eldritch Battery tech to get more mana, we won't have any stun threshold. Because normally you get stun threshold from all of these energy shield nodes, right? But if we convert all our energy shield to mana, I assume it means we're going to have no stun threshold. So we're going to be doing this channeling resonating shield, probably getting stunned constantly. So we have to invest into something to solve that. And all of that just to be unkillable, but we're going to be unkillable. I imagine with all of this recoup shit, like we're going to get this stuff, we're going to get this stuff. There's recoup stuff over here we're going to get. Where is it? These recoup things. And you have these recoup things here. And you have these recoup things here. Like, we're going to be unkillable. I imagine I can stand in the middle of like delirium mobs and not die, but we won't kill stuff. So will you go for crit? I don't know. I doubt it. Could anoint stun threshold? Could. I don't know it. We'll anoint yet. But anytime we have to invest and anoint into defenses and not damage, like I'm already... The main point I've made 4 times right now is it's not going to do as much damage as the Warbringer. So anytime we have to do something that's like, well, now we have to anoint for stun threshold, or do we have to anoint for block chance? That's not anointing for damage, making the build even worse. So, will the build survive? Sure. I imagine we're going to make it unkillable, but... how long will it take us to kill something like a Delirium 0 or Simulacrum 0? We'll find out. Those are my concerns, though, right? Like, I already foresee so many problems, but we're going to commit to the path, and then we'll just be like, well, this is what it looks like unkillable, but now we can't kill. So it's really just a no-kill build. No one gets killed. But, yeah, that's my expectations of the build. I could be wrong, but that's my expectations. You're close to just porting it to a Chrono? Interesting. I didn't know if it would be better on a Lich or not. But I just didn't have... I already have a Lich, so... But yeah, the Chrono just... like, the thing about Chrono that sucks is, like, the only really good part is the recoup effects. The rest of the Ascendancy is not good for it. Like, this is okay for survivability, I guess. But we're playing Thorns, so we kind of want them to hit us faster. But this isn't, like, a net negative, right? Like, this is going to be okay, right? It makes us live better. Now and again is okay if I'm playing a shield charge version. We get more mobility, shield charging more when it resets shield charge, but that's the only cooldown we're using unless we go blink later. Time Snap won't have value here. Quicksand Hourglass won't have value here unless I, like, swap to, like what other channel spell could I use that would get value out of this, right? Like, nothing. It would be like, we'd have to do Incinerate with this, but I don't think Resonating Shield's a spell, right? It's an attack? Yeah, it's an attack. So, like, Resonating Shield doesn't get buffed by this. That would have been nice, I guess. But really, we're only using Resonating Shield because it's a blocking channel. So, like, even if it went faster, that would benefit us nothing. Pretty sure Unleash does nothing for this build, right? Yeah, like, this would do, like, nothing for the build. Temporal Rift is just extra survivability, so like sure, we'll take it. And then Time Freeze is not good for the build because we're Thorns. We would freeze time, and then no damage would be dealt, and then, yeah. So it's just like, we're really only going this Ascendancy for the Rapid River. So like, across the board, right? The Ascendancy is not really helping us a lot, except for the Rapid River. And it's not giving us any damage. That's the biggest complaint about Chronomancer in general, is that it just no positive damage gains across the board, really. Like, there's no cooldown spells that really benefit from it. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, that might be in the build, Soul Ripper. I have that in my stash. I anointed it last night to see it. Not anointed it. I got one last night. Choir of the Storms. It just depends on if we end up going Lightning Thorns crit or not. I have not looked at... I have no idea what this build is going to look like. I assume you're always going to be playing crit Thorns, but, you know, maybe Briar Patch ends up being cool in this build. But yeah. But again, I'm only level 21 right now. I don't care about the future until I get to the future. It's all just theory crafting, and theory crafting's boring. We only play craft. Feels craft. What skill's going to be base for crackling? Resonating Shield.
I can only imagine how
I don't think you'll be able to use anything else, because like when you're getting swarmed with mobs, you'll die for using it, not using anything else. Like Incinerate, like would be bad. Like, are you running the mana recoup belt? What mana recoup belt? I get all these questions so much, and it's like, no, I haven't thought about the build at all. I have no idea what items I'll be running late game. I don't even know what mana recoup belt we're talking about. Are we talking about this one? No, that's just max mana. No, but I don't like... I'm never going to sit there before making a build and just like, let me look through the entire list of uniques to find what items could be good for this build. That sounds so boring to me, you know? Midnight Break... See, and the reason why I don't do it is because I got badasses like Joey in the chat, who, when I'm streaming it, will be like, well, have you thought about this unique? And it's like, I don't have to look it up. He tells me about it. Midnight Braid, 50% of damage recouped as mana. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's needed. Isn't that overlap with, well... Maybe. I feel like I'd be using Ingenuity Belt. Whoa. I've never seen 3 of these drop. Let me look it up. Midnight Braid. See, my brain tells me I'm going to be using Ingenuity Belt. My brain's often wrong, by the way, so that doesn't mean shit. But... my brain tells me I'd use Ingenuity Belt to get more mana and stuff from my rings. But I don't know. Midnight Braid. 50% of damage taken recouped as mana. I don't know if I would use this. I don't know if it's needed. It might be, but I don't think it. I think it'll be over. Like, I'll have to test it. It might be overkill because the passive tree plus jewels plus like gets you so much. There's no reason not to use it while leveling, though, right? So I might as well just buy one now. Oh, I can turn the D&D off now. Good looking out, Joey. It's a good idea. I'll definitely at least level with it, because there's no reason not to level with it. I don't know if I'll need an endgame. But yeah, the only item I have right now for the build... Well, I bought other stuff, too. I bought, like, some mana rares. Where is it? Which tab? This one. But the only item I've thought about is this one. This is the only item that I've, like... This is the reason why I'm making this build. It's like, there's usually, like, 1 or 2 items that are like, I'm doing this build on this character because of this item. I'm doing this build because of this chess piece. It lets you subvert mind over matter. You might be able to skip some passes for more damage. It's a good idea, Joey. It's a good belt. I'm going to buy one right now. It definitely helps with the damage, for sure. I mean, you would have to give me more information than that, Lezeries. Not great can mean a billion things. How much was I paying for this? 15? Like, are you dying? Are you not doing damage? Like, what is it? If you're not doing damage, you need more Thorns damage. And if you're dying too much, you need better defenses. But, it's hard to answer without more information, you know? Okay, so, yeah. Good idea, though, Joey. Because, yeah, what are belts? Like, it would be in between this belt, Ingenuity belt, and, just a rare belt that had, like, a bunch of mana and life on it. So I'd be giving up, like, what is the rare belt I bought? I'm pretty sure I bought a rare belt, right? So I can just compare it to that, just for, like, a low-level belt. So this belt is 100 max mana, 80 max life, and double res. This belt is 60% damage taken, recouped as mana, with very little res, and very little mana. So I'm losing a bunch of life, I'm losing a bunch of res, and I'm losing a bunch of mana for the 60% damage taken, recouped as mana, which is probably insane. So the trade-off is probably worth it, but it's just one to be mindful of. Hopefully I can buy one later with 2 slots, 2 charm slots. Cause yeah, right now it's like already pretty rough. Cause like every slot you're using a unique in makes the build harder and harder. Cause if I'm doing a Thorns version of this build, right, that means we're already using the unique chest piece for Cloak of Defiance. Then we're gonna use unique helmet. More than likely unique boots, because we will probably use the crit boots. Maybe not, but more than likely it'd be either the crit boots or the Briar Patch boots. I just have this right now because it increases my maximum mana by 12%. That seems like it might be insane later on when I have all that shit converting to maximum mana. So like this is another unique that might be being used. Oh, I cannot be chilled or frozen. I don't even need this. Hell yeah. What other charms do I have? I don't have any other charms. Charms go on my flask tab now or something? Or I just don't have any charms. I probably haven't been picking them up because of my loot filter. I'll have to get a charm later. So yeah, it's just, this build's already unique city. So that's the only thing I have here is because, like, that means I'm getting all my stats from gloves, ring, neck, and shield. Which might work. And also belt can roll Thorns damage as well. Because right now I'm doing a mana stacking Thorns build. Though that we're doing lightning Thorns, so the physical Thorns damage isn't... Yeah, it doesn't matter, so... It probably works. It's just something to be mindful of. We're just so unique heavy as is. I've leveled 3 characters from level 1 with Thorns. Like, this is a Thorns character I'm leveling right now, and I'm dominating leveling, so... You just need more damage if you're killing too slow. And I have no passives towards Thorns damage right now. This is all mana talent, so... Yeah, though, it's more than likely, Joey, I see this working into the build. Like, this seems like it's... Compared with what everything else I'm doing... It might be overkill. That's the only problem, but I don't think it will be. Like, this seems like it'll just be a good fit, but it's just, yeah. That's my concern right now, is I'd be getting most of my stats from 4 slots. Alright, let's go to Keth. You just get these Thorns runes if you need more damage in your gear. Or buy better Thorns damage on gear. But I've leveled, it's my 3rd character through the campaign through Thorns, and oh, I was already in Keth. I went to town for distracted reasons to buy that belt. Which won't have much value till later on anyway. None of it really matters until like Cloak of Defiance and more like actually face tanking stuff. Right now the campaign's just so easy, we just kind of left click our way through it, you know? Well, the reason I'm mana stacking is because we're doing a mana stacking Thorns build, so I'm like kind of married to the idea, you know? Like, the whole point of doing the mana stacking is to see how good a Thorns build does with Crackling Barrier, right? Because Crackling Barrier scales off of your maximum mana, so... It's like maybe potentially, once I'm done with the Thorns build, I transition it to something else, but... Recoup.
My Akhara will not believe this.
This definitely won't be a good build, so... Well, I say that about all my builds, and some of them end up good. Where do I want to go next? So we got the recoup points over here. And that gets us a jewel and past all these energy shield stuff. So I think we'll go up. Did I think about it? For sure. But most of my builds are budget builds, so I don't ever get to test those kind of things. And that's probably extremely low on my list of priority of things to test. Like, I would not be buying a Tabula's for a Thorns build. Would a Tabula's be nice for a Thorns build? Sure, why not? But for how expensive it is, there's like 5 other things I'd rather buy.
Buried beneath shifting sands, death still endures.
I have no idea. The reason I'm going Chronomancer is for Recoup, so... The Recoup is what makes this build unkillable. The rest is just solving damage. And also, I just like Chronomancers. But yeah, I specifically just like because I'm probably making a bunch of Thorns guides soon, and like I want to do Thorns leveling guides and stuff, but like I'm probably doing like a big Thorns guide where it's like this is everything on Thorns before 0.3, right? So anyone who wants to play Thorns will like have an idea of all the styles, and like I just have to test all the styles to be able to make that guide, right? Like until I try a mana stacking lightning Thorns build, you know, I can't like really comment on it, right? Until I try a Poison Thorns build, right? You know, I can't really comment on it, so I'm gonna be doing my best to make these guild builds go as far as they can, and hopefully a few of them are really good and fun, but we're just in science mode right now. And yeah, that Dream Core video got me really interested in doing a Recoup build. A lot of the comments were talking about for his Recoup style, Lich, Titan, and the other Sorcerer Ascendancy, Stormweaver. But yeah, as Sean Brady says in YouTube chat right now, Recoup just seems nuts. Lazy Exile released a video recently about a Recoup build for Ritualist, and maybe we can get a Recoup build working that's like kind of idle for Chronomancer. Probably not, but I bet we're unkillable. We just gotta solve that damage, boys. We'll see what happens. Yeah, there's a lot of problems I have with just companions and minions in general. Those will get fixed over time. Early access woes. There are a handful of minions that are really cool, but companions in general are just, I think, like the reason why I haven't been working companions in my builds yet is they're just too much of a pain in the ass to farm for. Like, I've heard of some people spending 12 hours trying to get the specific mods they wanted, and it's just like, I'm not going to do that. I refuse. And there's no point in really doing a companion build, right, unless you're doing, like, a good one. Because it won't be good unless you get the right mods, so I'm just not willing to farm that, and I'm not willing to buy it. I mean, Warbringer's the best for Thorns, for sure. I don't think anything comes close. Like, Titan can work, yes. Like, other things can work. They're not bad, but I would just play Warbringer right now. The armor break plus turtle charm just makes you play. It gives you so much versatility in the playstyle. Because if you look at my guide, I've got 3 different versions right now, and I haven't even tested Fleet or Poison. Are you armor breaking with scavenge plating?
Didn't break a sweat. Such shrines were not meant for mortal eyes. I am honored.
Yeah, you just have like horribly low Thorns damage. How do you do Trials of Thorns block? I have a video on my channel that talks about how to do Trials of Thorns, but it's really easy, you just block. What do you mean rapid assault not working? Are you not playing Warbringer? All your damage should be breaking armor if you're a Warbringer. I mean, that's what the guide's there for, is Leslie, so you just, you know, follow what I do in the guide, and then it should work. You follow those support gems and stuff, right? Like... But you have to armor break to break armor. You have Anvil's weights. Because it should be all your damage that's breaking armor, not just, whatever it's called. Rapid assault. Hey, Mellor, yeah, nice. Recoup seems like it'll be fun. Because I'm not armor breaking at all, and I got 1,000 Thorns damage. And like, obviously I'm not one-shotting the content, but I'm only level 23. If you're like double my level and you only have 1,000 Thorns damage, you're just not armor breaking.
I knew who you are.
Not sure, Lesries. These Riz. I don't know how to say your name, I'm sorry.
The Ardura will not understand this. I must keep this. Is the last drop of Hex's glory.
That's how it should be usually. Only reason that's not happening in this build is because I'm not doing armor break and Scavenger plating right now. I'm just kind of farting my way through the campaign.
Young one.
So 26, 3 levels, I can use the new shield. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You can just strength stack rake. But if you're specifically leveling Thorns, you know, you'll want the armor break. What is it? This one? Yeah, I'm hyped for the Recoup portion of this. Like, that is the one thing I'm not, like... I keep predicting this build's failure. It's not because of the Recoup. The Recoup portions of this build are going to be fantastic. I mean, do you have your Ascendancy passives? Have you done your Ascendancy? Are you a Warbringer with Anvil's weight? Like, that's the one thing you need to be checking right now. Are you a Warbringer with Anvil's weight? Because if you're not breaking armor, it sounds like you don't have Anvil's weight. You probably went straight for Turtle Charm. Ascendancy. Like, one of the passives, like, right here on your Ascendancy tree. It's called Anvil's Weight. If you don't have that, you're not breaking armor Thorns. It's the main reason you go Warbringer, is so you could, No, not the item, the Anvil. Your Ascendancy passive Anvil's Weight is the one that's right here that makes all your damage break armor. That is what you need for armor break. Did you level up your Scavenge Plating skill gem, or is it still level 4? Knew it. Told you, you went Turtle Charm first. This is what happens when people don't rewatch the video guide, they just go look at the written guide. In the video, I say that you go for Anvil's Weights first. Maybe I did put it in the written guide too, I'm not sure, but yeah. If you don't have Anvil's Weights, you're not breaking armor. You're supposed to respec for Turtle Charm after you get your 3rd Ascendancy point. And then you just make sure that you level up Scavenge Plating. And then you have the Thorns damage. Right, but that's not in my guide, right? Like, he's saying he's following my guide and he's not getting damage, right? Like, I don't, that's not part of the way I play it, so that's not in my guide, you know? So, that's where I was, like, trying to explain it to him, is, like, you have to, if you're doing it my play style, you have to follow that, and you have to use Anvil's Weights. Like, yeah, you can add Splinter, but that's not in my guide, you know? Or, yes, or Resonating Shield, yes. Resonating Shield is another option for armor break, but also not in my guide, so. Am I duped? Can I respec easily? Just go talk to the robe dude. The hidden one or whatever his name is. Just costs gold. But yeah, Splinter, Resonating Shield are options, but... it doesn't sound like he was ever armor breaking. Which is unfortunate for his damage. Resonating Shield. There's like only like 5 channeled skills in this game, and like only 3 of them would actually potentially work for this build. And the other 2 that would potentially work are Incinerate and Bone Storm, which clearly wouldn't work at all. So you're really only allowed, like, there's no way you can do a Crackling Barrier build without, like, you're basically forced to use Resonating Shield. Like, there's no other viable option. There's just no channeled skills in this game that make sense. Like, what are you gonna do, Flame Blast, and then, like, then it's on cooldown for 15 seconds, and you can't channel again? It's just like, there's no options. It really sucks.
The darkness is now dispelled. May it stay this way.
It's all good, Leeseries. It just makes it like, the reason why I make those guides is so I don't have to have these conversations 30 times a stream. And all of it is avoided by, you know, watching the video. But I understand that just, there's so many people that refuse to watch the video. They'll watch 2 minutes of the video, get the idea of the build, and they're like, oh, I can do this, I know enough, and then I'm going to use the written guide as a reference from there. But there's just so many little things that you miss if you don't watch the video. That's like... these situational moments that I can't write every situational moment. Well, I mean, I could write every situational moment to the guide, but that would make the guide take me like 10 hours to write. And I don't want to do that. But yeah. There's just, A lot of nuance I have to learn, I guess, as a build creator.
What?
Do I even have spirit gems I can use right now? I have a 6 one I can use. That'll be useless eventually. Can't even use a high. Won't even be able to use a high level scavenge plating with this build. So like even if I wanted to work it in later on, because we're not strength stacking with this build, I won't even be able to get to like a level 23 gem. So it would be just like this build is just so awkward. Imagine the lightning stacking is the mana stacking is gonna be good when like Cyclone and Druid are in, but all our spirit gem options just kind of fucking suck right now. Like, do I use Elemental Conflux? Like, I imagine that's what we're gonna have to use late game, right? It'd be like, if I have more than 100 spirit, it'd be like Mana Remnants with Clarity and Elemental Conflux. Rock a new Castle on Shock, Castle on Crit. Yeah, this build's just gonna be a little awkward.
Not here, not now.
Build's just gonna be a little awkward.
My Akhara are permitted here, but I should not linger. I can't do that yet.
What do you think of Caltrops? Probably sucks. Like, I've seen videos of people clearing, like, +4 Breach Boss with it and stuff, but, like, it can boss and that's about it. Like, I can't imagine mapping with the build. And then, like, at one point, I'll, like, path through here. And then scoop, like, Eldritch Battery from here. But yeah, like, Caltrops just doesn't like... They need to remove the cap. It has a cap of 20 Caltrops, which is really stupid. It needs to be, like, double that, at least. So it just sucks for mapping. Because you can get to where you're spawning more than 20 at a time. So, like, some of the ones you're spawning despawn. It's, like, really weird. So it's, like, it's got potential, but... And I do have a Caltrops build prepared. Yeah, I want to do a Caltrops build at some point. I don't know, crazy. That's my hope. That was my intention. My assumption would be that it would. But I have not tested that yet, no. But that was my assumption, was like I would just end up doing like some crazy ES stacking to help boost my mana higher.
I need more time. Stand, take you.
But yeah, I haven't tested the interaction yet. Well, that's like the only way this build can have viable damage in my mind, right? But even then, I don't know if it's going to be viable enough.
I have heard whispers of such a place. Where
I have no
titans
idea what I'm
fought
talking
and
about
died.
when it comes to building math and damage. I just get there and hopefully it works. But I assume it's going to be rough on the deeps. My biggest problem with Crackling Bear is you have to be channeling for the buff, and channeling doesn't give you, like, a temporary buff. It should almost work like Scavenge Plating does, where, like, I can channel for a bit, and then when I release the channel, I have that buff for, like, 4 seconds or something, based off, like, every second I'm channeling, it adds a second or something. But yeah, and that's awful. Yeah, that's what I said earlier in stream, was, let's just say I can get to 10k mana. That's going to be way less Thorns damage than my Warbringer gets to. With Scavenge Plating, my Warbringer gets to 17,000 Thorns damage. So I just don't see it working. We're gonna try it, and then when it doesn't work, we probably quit the build. But we're gonna see how far it goes. I assume we will not make it to Waystone 15s, but maybe from there we'll pivot to something else that works with mana stacking, but I just assume mana stacking won't work. There's just not enough support for it right now. I'm definitely going to be unkillable, though. Might be the slowest Delirium 4 kill in the world. But yeah. The plan with mana stack, or the Chronomancer Thorns, mana stacking. I mean, there's a few ways to make this, like, super unkillable. I'm not worried about the sustain, it's just the damage that's gonna be bad. Doing Thorns and Reflect styles, I don't think it's gonna work, so. But I will definitely not die once it's all set up. Current plan is Cloak of Defiance. We'll just like Giga Regen. But I don't know how to fix the damage, because that blood barrier, like if there was a blood barrier shield that was for mana, then yeah, we'd be good. But with blood barriers for life. And then, yeah, even just this pure Lightning Thorns leveling style is already starting to lose its DPS. You just lose so much damage without having Scavenge Plating. Plus you have the RNG on the Thorns damage from the Lightning, so sometimes you just don't hit hard. We'll have to try Beetle Bite later. Can you make a full playthrough without any trading? Probably not. That sounds horrible and stupid. How would you play Thorns without trading?
More may roam here. It's time to go. It is warm and beautiful.
I mean, you could, crazy, but like I said, my Thorns Warbringer is at 17,000 Thorns damage. And he could only clear so far right now, right? Like, I bet he could clear Arbiter 4, right? But he's not, like, one-shotting bosses. Like, I don't see how we're going to be able to scale the lightning damage. Like, there's no way I'm getting the damage even close to the Warbringers. Like, maybe we can get closer, but I don't know. But I obviously don't know every unique in the game and stuff, so there might be something I'm missing.
This is an
But when I look at how much damage my Warbringer does, and how much damage I'm predicting this character does, it's gonna be, like,
It is time. This moves
not
swiftly.
efficient. But I don't know. I hope it works. But yeah, I'm already using the Alchem era shield right now. You're super tanky. I'm not worried about that. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to kill a single thing. And this probably honestly isn't even worth it. Like, we probably don't need Alchem era late game. We probably want to shield the stats because we're using so many uniques already. Because this one's increasing my maximum mana by 12%. This one's 60% of damage taken recouped as mana. We'll have the unique chest. If we're playing Thorns, it's going to have the unique helmet and unique boots, maybe. And the unique shield means we have 3 rares to get all of our other stats, which sounds rough. But Maybe it works. Maybe you can run low res with this build because it's so recoupy. Rip. I was clicking into the game and I moved it someplace.
It must be hard for some to understand our older traditions.
I mean, I'm not doing anything right now. We're not at Endgame.
Enter.
But let's say I underdo it, right? I replace one of those things. One of those things is not going to fix my damage problem with this build. Like, there's no fixing this damage from this build. Unless there's just some, like, insanely cracked unique that I'm sleeping on. Like, maybe Hoa or something is just insane for the build. Nice, now I don't have to slow down. Let's try Quill Burst in this again just to see what it's like for mapping. But there's like no unique shuffle I see that's gonna bring this build up to the Warbringer's level. It'll be tankier than the Warbringer, but it won't kill anything. Yeah, the Quill Burst only on Resonating Shield sucks. It's if you could put Barbs on Resonating Shield, it'd be way better, but Quill Burst is just so inconsistent because of how it works with, like, clearing. Because, yeah, it, like... It'll leave, like, one guy up, like, almost every time. It does help for the clearing, but it's just, like, super awkward. And because I don't have a stack for it, I don't actually know if I have a Quill Burst stack or not. Like, it kind of works. It'll kind of work for mapping, but it's, like, super inefficient. So let's just say, like I said, screw all these all the extra recoup stuff over here, and I just booked it for all Thorns damage stuff over here. Like, that's not going to be better than the Warbringer. Like, maybe Recoup Chronomancer would work if you're playing a more normal style, but this mana stacking style just, yeah. We'll see what happens. Who knows, maybe Hoa adds a lot of damage. Or maybe there's some crazy unique out there that's like, what was that necklace that makes your crits ignore lightning res or something? Like, maybe something like that is just cracked for the build. But I think it's better if I set expectations low so no one, like, sees this and, like, starts leveling it before I make the video. And then gets disappointed when it falls flat. Yeah, Quill Burst is really awkward sometimes because, like, when it procs off Resonating Shield, it'll only pick one of the mobs it's Quill Bursting off, right? And the target it bursts off of doesn't take damage, and if the target it's bursting off of isn't near the enemy, the rest of the enemies, you're just not going to get the burst. It's just a little weird. The no movement speed's fun though, or whatever, the no move speed loss.
Paragon should know better than to let this madness transpire.
Well, if you're gonna do that version, I think you might as well just play Stormweaver, right? Like, if you're gonna go like a shock magnitude scaling, you're just gonna play Stormweaver, but even then, it wouldn't be better than Warbringer. But yes, part of the reason why I've pathed up here is because you get easy access to these shock things. What is this one? Shock 25% shock magnitudes. Lightning damage per 10 int. Like, part of the reason I pathed up this way is so I can grab those later, but I doubt it's gonna fix the damage. But at that point, I'd have to respec Ascendancy as a Stormweaver, right? Because doesn't Stormweaver have like some Giga Shock magnitude things that really would be really nice for this? Because I was contemplating Stormweaver versus Chrono, but I wanted to do Chrono for the Recoup. Maybe if Chrono falls flat, but it's like, feels like it might work on Stormweaver because the Recoup stuff was overkill. I swapped the Stormweaver, but I don't know. I guess my low expectations are mainly just because Chronomancer adds nothing to the damage. But yeah, possibly that just Stormweaver with Giga Shock magnitude, because you might just be tanky enough. Like, if you copy paste the same build over to Stormweaver and you just lose the 4 seconds of whatever it's called, Recoup, because it makes your Recoup 8 seconds instead of 4, right? Maybe Stormweaver just lives just as fine because we'll just be so tanky at that point, and then Stormweaver just gets the extra benefit of being Stormweaver, right? Hey, what's up, Camlick? We're doing nano stacking Thorns just to see how it does. Like, maybe the Quill Burst on Resonating Shield works in mapping when there's more density. Right now, I'm not getting hit by very many ranged mobs, so I'm not getting very many Quill Bursts off, but in maps, I'd be getting hit way more. I'm not honestly sure. I don't think it's gonna be good. Yeah, we're purely chesting it just for science. I have low expectations, but it's more like, let's see what it can do, you know? And then hopefully my mind is blown away. Yeah, the Resonating Shield just doesn't feel good because, like, you're missing out on barbs, like... If maybe you could put barbs in the Resonating Shield, that would feel a lot better, but no barbs just doesn't feel good. Pretty sure it's a dead end? Yeah. Well, luckily Chronomancer can respec the Stormweaver, so we cross that road if we have to. I think the super Recoup sounds more fun, though. And based off what the people in my chat are saying, I'll have fun with the Recoup. And maybe it's just like the silliest simulacrum build. Would be nice to be able to work a wand into the build, but I don't think you can. Like maybe in the if it's a purely idle build, but yeah. Yeah, I have the Choir of the Storms already prepared for this character. And would definitely be better, because, yeah. Going for the crit stuff right now just doesn't seem like an option. We will test the Chronomancer, and if it's just a complete flop, the Stormweaver is on backup. It's all good ideas. I get, like, maybe I'm sleeping on some of the multipliers from Magnitude, from Shock and shit, but the not the Warbringer, physical just seems too good. Did I get the sisters? I don't think I did. Guessing they're over here someplace. Yeah, the sisters would be attacking me if I got them. Or down there, maybe. Guess they're down there. But yeah, either way, there's like enough here to test that, like, let's just say Stormweaver and Chronomancer both fail. I at least get to make a video talking about it, and then it's info that I can put in my Thorns feedback video, so. Worst case, I waste a day or two leveling both these characters, and it's not like I'm going to waste much currency, right? A lot of the currency just I can just steal from my other character. But yeah, it's like possible, like I don't need to go over here at all. Possible, like, yeah, there's just so many different routes to go with it. But right now I'm just leaning heavily into Recoup for the fun of it. I want to just make sure down here is not a route. Soon I'll have all the base classes leveled though, so then it'll just be able to like respec Ascendancy anytime I want to test something. Like, I'll be able to test the Titan soon for Thorns, and swap between these guys. I'm thinking about doing a mercenary, or not, excuse me, a witch hunter again for Thorns. So definitely glad the respec Ascendancies are in.
You are relentless. But that makes you predictable.
Does it?
Time of the Faradin is nigh.
What's my fire res? Oh, I'm good. Holy shit, my reses are good. I hate this fight. It's like the dumbest fight in the game. He is so dumb and annoying. Nope, definitely wouldn't be using time stop with this build. Not with a reflect build. Definitely not with reflect builds.
The path to time is short.
A step closer to legend.
So I got this new belt at 34, which I don't know we'll use anymore. Maybe. Got the new ring at 34, new rings at 34, new neck at 34. I have the new jewel I can put in. Chest is 65. We can't use this forever. Oh, around these things.
Need something? You found when I have. Goodbye.
It's funny, there's really no point in taking these points right now. Because I'm not even, like, don't have much mana. I'm not even that tanky, but I don't know why. I'm just autopathing to him. Definitely a better talent setup for leveling, but whatever. It's not even like respecking is expensive. I got 8 million gold. So maybe I try other stuff right now. Because the damage taken recouped his mana is nice, but I'm not dying right now.
As we will have our justice. We now.
Is Bira's build expensive now? I thought the charms were still cheap.
Ready yourself. We must prevail, no matter what. The Paladin will fall.
Bye-bye.
No mercy.
Let's try Quill Burst and Resonating Shield for a map like this. Might feel better with this kind of density. Kind of. I'm just not getting hit enough because there's not enough range attacks flying at me, and maps are just constantly being pegged from every direction, but campaign, it's just like mainly melee mobs. So I'm just not getting many Quill Burst procs right now. I just have to be hit more. Like, look at the density of this map. I just walked like 10 seconds without seeing a single mob. Like, what is happening? Look at this. Where are the enemies? What did I just walked this entire length without seeing a single enemy. Sometimes the density is just so bizarre. And then, yeah, the stun's always going to be a problem with this build. Like, I don't know how we overcome the stun. Like, having to spam Resonating Shield for my damage is always going to lead to moments where I just have to let my stun recharge. Even no matter what I invest in the stun threshold, there will be a moment that you're just forced to let go of it. Right, but like, no matter what you do, you can't be stun immune, right? Like, you can get your threshold really high, but at some point in a map, I imagine, like, let's say I'm doing Breach or Delirium Simulacrum, right? Like, There's no way you can invest into enough stun threshold to where, like, you don't have to let go of it, I'm guessing. Like, no matter what, there's going to be moments where you just, like, can't attack with Resonating Shield. Or you're having to invest so much into solving it that it's just, like, not worth it. Is my concern. Stay on target. Dead, dead. Oh my god, the Recoup. That was funny. That shows you the power of Chronomancer. I would have been dead there if I didn't have that 4-second Recoup. And that was just my life recoup too. Like, I'm not doing any of the mana damage stuff yet. Yep. It is unfortunate. Chronomancer's in a really awkward spot. What's volatility, Zanctius? I'm not sure what that is. Only thing I've done is Cloak of Defiance. It's the only really thing I bought.
The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is?
It's a new thing they added that stacks up on you to give yourself damage in an explosion.
My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
So it's called Volatility? Huh? What the fuck? How come first of all, how come none of you told me about this? Probably because it's shit. But this sounds, like, in theory, this sounds cool, right? Is it only on kills? Oh, when I'm stunned. Too. Huh. Is there a way to increase the stack? 25% chance when volatility on you detonates, you gain an equivalent amount of volatility. You can get support gem that can supply them. Let me check after. Oh, I might have a support gem on me. Let's do this boss and then I'll check it. No limits on the stacks? Oh, I must have misread something. I'm bad at reading. I thought I saw there was a 30 stack limit there. Is that what I saw? What did I see that was 30 stacks? Oh, it was this passive that was maximum volatility is 30. I was reading the passive, not volatility. So I wouldn't take this if I wanted uncapped. I want uncapped. Probably so you don't kill yourself? No, no, no. We uncap it. We definitely don't cap this. We want as big as explosions as possible. We'll survive the boom. We'll find a way. But maybe we have to cap it. Okay, so either way, if the Thorns build doesn't work out, we're trying a volatility build at some point. Because this just sounds fucking awesome. It probably sucks. But we're gonna try it at some point. Cool. Or maybe it just gets added on to... Oh. Yeah, I'm not that tanky. Maybe it gets added on to the Thorns version.
We're running out of time. End this.
It explodes me is what it sounds like. 200 stack limit. There are people getting a few thousand stacks. That's so cool. That's what I want. Have there been any meta volatility builds, or are they just all like randoms on PoE and Ninja? Later, bro. Later, bro.
This is not over. Not yet.
There were, that's why GGG nerfed it to 200 stacks. Gotcha. Hey, kill him. Oh, I was body blocking her. Well, I'll have to look up those builds. Maybe they can still work to an extent. Gotcha, Jay. I'm clicking the portal, not you, lady. Well. Yeah. I don't get upset at any of those nerfs like that. My assumption is that by 1.0, you know, it's early access. I understand the development pipeline for these kind of games. And this game is not like a fake early access game. It's a real early access game with a lot of turd areas. So you just have to, like, sometimes, like, you don't have time to fix something, you can only put a band-aid on it for now. And the 200 cap thing is definitely like a band-aid fix. I imagine over the courses of like 0.3, 0.4, you see lots of volatility changes, right? That's just how these games work. All this spirit gems, but I don't know what to spend it on. Yeah, no Pokemon doing damage right now, unless you're doing the cheese ones, right?
Beast has grown.
Yeah, they just need to, for me to care about companions, they need to change how you get them. Because I cannot be bothered.
humidity is disgusting. Best get on with it.
Hey, Matt, thanks for liking the stream, man. It always helps to boost the YouTube algorithm. Nothing's giving me stacks of. None of these guys are hitting me for Thorn procs. There we go. There we go. Look at that Recoup kick in. That fight sucked. Yeah. I'm definitely noticing the DPS difference between my last Thorns character that was using Scavenge Plating. It's not horrible DPS. This is about what you would expect from a Thorns build, right? But it is slightly worse than my last run, just because I'm obviously not utilizing Scavenge Plating. I was about 1,000 extra Thorns damage at this point. That's a good question, mister. It just depends on which calcs you're talking about, because, like, even basic calcs, like, might give you, like, misleading information. I don't know, I'm just not smart enough at Path of Building to be able to give you a proper answer on how valuable that would be without testing it. Like, could it be super valuable right away with only basic calcs? Potentially. But like you said the other day, there's just so many weird interactions with Thorns that it's just so hard to know. Like, if you're talking, like, the basic calcs for, like, getting the Thorns crit calculated and the damage modifiers as high as possible, and, like, the ailment, like, ailment percent chances, I think that's helpful, yes. I think that would be helpful. Like, if I was, like, to try my Poison Titan Thorns, it would be nice to know what my poison hit chance is with Thorns. So in that situation, that's where it would be most useful to me, is those kind of ailment calculations. But could other calcs be useful? Yeah, it's hard to say. But it's mainly like the poison ones and stuff that's just like, that's where most of my head scratching's at. I wouldn't say it would be bad to do a soft, like, update, though. I'm too new at Path of Building to be able to understand how much value I would actually get out of that, if that makes sense. The noob in me doesn't know. Obviously, I would want Path of Building updates for it so I could start learning it. I just don't know. Gotcha. Well, I mean, the work is obviously greatly appreciated. I can't imagine how hard it is. But yes, I feel like damage calcs would help. Because right now, there's like no point for me even to include Path of Building links in my builds, right? Like, they would just like confuse, like they would maybe help 1%, probably less of my viewers. And at worst, it would be confusing new players that, like, go to check it out the first time and then don't understand that, like, all of these things aren't calculated correctly. So it's just, like, from the build creator's perspective, it doesn't help me right now just because I feel like I confuse people. But for me, as like trying to learn more about Thorns, I would say it's minor helpful until we get the element stuff in. But any update would obviously be huge, right? Like,
What is worth?
but that's where my head's at.
Or scorpion?
Yeah, that's why I haven't bothered learning Path of Building yet completely. Like, I get so many comments like saying, why can't you just do a build import for it? And it's like, I could, and someone like you would be smart, like, not you specifically, but the person asking for the Path of Building would probably be smart enough to know what's wrong and not wrong, right? But there are just so many people I don't want to accidentally get confused. But yeah, you get it. Well, most of you are smarter than me, Zanctius, but some of the, like, there's just so many players that are new to PoE 2. And, like, I have PoE 1 experience, and I've got 1,400 hours in PoE 2 right now, and Path of Building is still confusing for me, so... I don't know if you guys notice it as much, because I'm the one that sees all of my comments, and then I read other creators' comments, but there is a large amount of people that play this game that are new to Path of Exile specifically. Like, a shocking amount of comments I get are like, I've never played PoE 1, can you explain this to me? And it's like, I barely can understand it or don't understand it. But... sheesh, mister. I mean, this game's awesome, so I get it. Like, when I first started doing PoE 2 stuff, I think I watched, I don't know who it was, but one of the creators out there had a MOBA, not a MOBA, it's a Path of Building guide, and it was just like, oh, I'm not ready to make builds in this yet. Like, it's got so many checklists you have to account for and stuff. It's just like, whereas like a Mobalytics guide, right? Like, as a content creator, I can look at someone else's Mobalytics guide. I can copy paste their format very easily and just like replace that stuff, right? But Path of Building is just like, you actually have to be really good at your game to know what you're doing in there. And I'm just not confident in it. Nice, Photon. Yeah, patch 0.1 was so fun. I was Alt City in patch 0.1. I hope I didn't skip this thing. I kind of did like a really weird route where I only half explored some of these side talls. Warbringer seems made for Thorns. Why Chronomancer? Gotta try them. How do you know how well something performs until you test it, you know? How can I make a proper Thorns guide if I haven't tested it on Chronomancer, you know? Stuff like that. Let me through the portal. Alright, I want to try volatility stuff real quick while leveling. I don't know what it's gonna do. I just want to see what it looks like. Supported skills require 20 volatility to use. Screw that. Oh. That's actually kind of cool. Oh. It sucks you can't just, like, put this into Thorns. Because this is supported skills grant volatility on critical hit. This just isn't, like... If I could just put this in a Spirit Gem, and then all crits generated volatility, then you could do a crit Thorns volatility build, right? But this is supported skills grant volatility. So, like... I would have to have, like, barbs in the skill... And then that barbs would have to crit to get the volatility, so it's possible. It's just like a... You required 2 spirit gems to make that work now. Empowered? What is empowered? Is that spear shit they added? I don't think I'm using any empowered skills. That's Warcry stuff. Oh. Okay. Well, I might swap the mace later for lightning, so like lightning mace Warcry crap might work, but I think that's for skill, so... Volatility. We're gonna do this catharsis thing. What skill did it put it in? I didn't mean to put it in something. Spear throw?
In any case, good luck. This woman is curious. I wish to know more of her.
Yeah, there's ways we can work crit in. Like, there's the crit mace. Like, there's ways we can work it in. It's just, it would work better if it could just apply to, like, Thorns in general, right? Because then we could just reflect volatility, right? Like, I always try and make my build, like, reflect builds as reflect-worthy as possible. And, yeah, like, if you could build volatility off of Thorns purely, like, Thorns crits purely, that would have been, like, specifically just better in this situation. There's workarounds, obviously, but... Well, it's kind of like awkward to swap to volatility on the side, because I don't know if I would have needed like better gear setup for it, but I just want to see what it looks like. This is not ideal pathing, obviously. Well, we won't even be able to get there from there. I'm going to have to respec this whole tree to get there cleanly. Like, I'm going to have to path up through here. So we go... I'm probably swapping all this back after I test it, but I just want to see what the volatility stuff looks like. It just sounds cool. We're skipping the cap for now. If I kill myself, we'll put it on later. Can I get volatility on jewels? me look at the trade site real quick and just see what volatility stats. Allocates volatile grenades. That's not what I want. Volatile debt. Allocates volatile. Notable skills and so there's a chance to gain so it's always on kill. That sucks. Volatility is almost always gathered on kill or specifically crits. So I would just need like. My problem is if I put volatility into Rake, and if Barb's crits, is that going to give me volatility? No, I'm not here. I got, we cleared, no, we didn't even clear that area. I came back to test stuff. Okay, so we got volatility, we'll maybe crit off of Barbs. I'm just gonna put that in there just to see. I'm an idiot. Yeah. This is gonna be fucking dumb. There's no way we're leveling as this, but... What's about to happen? Am I dead? 6 stacks? 6 stacks enough to kill me? Ooh! There's a volatility build in the future. Probably gonna have to go back and, not level as this, though. I want to see what its damage looks like. I need to get it to explode on an enemy, at least. Alright, here's a 5 stack on this big guy. What? It didn't even hurt him. It doesn't even, does it not do explosion damage to enemies? Or does it only explode on me? I thought I was gonna blow up on them. Did I read it wrong? I guess it's not doing enemy damage around me. Is it only damage to me? For some reason, I thought it was explosion around me. But it looks like it's just self-damage. And it just gives me chaos stack. So it's just like a chaos buff. Damn. For some reason, I said I suck at reading. For some reason, I thought it was going to do a big boom around me. And it's not proccing the health recoup, that's for sure. It's just a damage increase. I mean, that's cool. I could see how you would work this into builds. Because it's just like a raw if you can survive this consistently, right? It's just a raw damage increase. It's cool. It doesn't seem definitely viable for leveling, though. Like... it'd just be a lot of deaths. Well, that's what my brain, like, that's, I guess my brain didn't register that it wasn't exploding around me, because if it only did self-damage to me, it's, like, kind of sucks, right? So when I first read it, again, I have ADHD, so I only half-read things sometimes, but I thought I was doing bombs. Like, I was turning myself into a bomb that was nuking around me and killing stuff. And that would have been way more fun. But now it's just a damage increase that doesn't work while leveling, because only 6 stacks is not a lot. And that almost killed me in one shot, so... That's cool, though. We saw what it did. And definitely might be... Like, I want to visit this again. This could work. Maybe not this patch. With this build. But I'm glad we looked at it. You gotta put 2 dexes and a strength back. It was 2 strengths and a dex. I don't remember. Damn. I have to make a video telling them to make volatility make a boom go off around me now, because that's what I want in this game. My brain lied to me and made a fun build up that doesn't exist. How dare it. That's not bad though. Like if you can live through the burst, obviously that's just a giga damage spike. It's just it doesn't fit the game right now. My jewels. Yeah. Exactly, Jay. Like, if you could get up to 200 stacks, like, I could see it being really cool. You would just have to, like, one, you're not leveling that way. That's for sure. That damage was way more than I expected for 6 stacks. There's no way Bijou Born is 20 divines. You're looking at the wrong shop. Let's see here. Bijou Born. Yeah, 5 exalts, 7 exalts, 15 exalts, 15 exalts, 19 exalts, 19 exalts. You're looking at the wrong trade website. Oh, why are you trying to buy a low-level one? What are you specifically after a low-level one, though? Why do you need a level 52 one? Don't get a level 52 one. Get a higher level one. Pretty sure mine's level 65. Definitely not level 52. Only thing you need at 52 is the chest piece, right? You don't need to belt that low level. I hate this map so much. Where's this stupid poison thing? Sometimes I find it instantly, and sometimes I'm looking for an hour. Is it over here? Guessing it's over here. Yep, exactly, Rocky. Like, that's just the state of early access games. Like, some patches, like, your favorite build might get nerfed into the ground because of, like, miscalculations on the devs' ends. Yep, like, I feel for all the minion players, but there are a couple minion builds that work, but I think minion players went into this patch, like, a little bit greedy. They wanted every single Spectre to be awesome and have, you know, tier 4 Arbiter busting builds. And there are like 4 or 5 good minion builds. Obviously minions have like a lot of clunk with them still in terms of like their functionality, but I wouldn't say minions are completely doomed. But yeah, definitely it's only early access, right? It's 0.2. We've got 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.678, you know. Yep, we're going Recoup. Well, yeah, you're required to do that. Like, that's literally every live service game. Like, if you don't nerf the top builds, then you're required to only buff bad builds. But at some point, those bad builds will be buffed over the old good builds. So then you're in this cycle where you're only buffing up, right? Like, you have to kill builds. Like, to evolve a meta, sometimes you just have to nerf a build to where it functions worse for a while, and then you buff it again in the future in different ways, but it's required, absolutely, yeah. It's 100% good for long-term health. Like, it literally is required for live service games. Because then if you, like, okay, so the perfect example is Diablo 3. Why do you think Diablo 3, if you play Diablo 3, when towards the end of its cycle, you had builds doing comical amounts of damage. Like, the numbers were just clown tiers to where you couldn't read them. That's because Diablo 3 never nerfed anything. It was always buff, 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 buff. Oh, well, this build's bad, we're gonna make it better, and now it's on top. And all the good builds before are now average compared to it, so you have to buff them. And that's how D3 ended up in the shitstorm it was in terms of its, like, ultimate end game balance, where every skill in the game was... Oof. That's a tough one. Do I go the mana regeneration rate because I'm doing mana recoup? Or do I go the stun threshold because I'm doing the Thorns stun build? I think I go the stun threshold, right? Because we're going to have so much mana recoup. Do we actually need this extra 25%? Whereas this 25% stun threshold might be good. Life-saving, in fact. You don't need the belt for leveling. I didn't level with the belt. All you need is the chest and the charm. I think that's honestly the point, Anomaly. I think I wait for later.
She knows how to part food.
I don't know.
Clever.
I think you're right, though. I think I just wait for later. Because I need to see, yeah, I didn't level with the belt until, like, whatever level I got it at, right? Like, I think I bought it at level 65-ish. I don't remember, but I only used the chest and the charm for the first several levels I had it. Oh, well, I still have Volatility in Rake. And Catharsis and Resonating Shield. Let's just try doing lightning damage stuff, just because my damage is going to start falling off soon. We'll see how it feels getting pure power conduction, but yeah, I don't know. This is going to be an awkward leveling build. We're really just depending on our gear damage to carry us through the Thorns on the lightning gear. The recoup stuff really doesn't matter until my gear is better, so it's just like investing in the recoup stuff is pointless right now, but also the damage stuff doesn't seem to scale me much. Like, I just feel like I'm being giga carried by my gear at the moment. Both have their benefits, Joan. Titan's better for some things. Warbringer's better for others. I've seen high-level Titans on the ladder, so... If you're asking me which one's better, I don't know. I haven't played Titan yet. But... Are you screwed because you went Titan? No. Not at all. That mana recoup was instant though. That's gonna be so nice whenever I'm actually geared. I'm gonna be like so tanky. Holy crap. But yeah, my damage is just falling off. Playing this style specifically without scavenge plating and the armor breaking out. I imagine in Curl we might have to change that up, but we're gonna stay on target for now. We have some big mana upgrades coming, so it's possible I just need to re-gear around having as high as mana pool as possible this early, and then go back to the resonating shield style. We'll see what happens. Right now I'm just at this awkward port in the mid game where I'm not really itemized for anything and my passives aren't set up for anything. I'm just kind of like gunning it straight for my end game build and then doing awkward adjustments like these lightning damages. Like what I'm at 1271 top end. This is gonna what? 1330, like 33, like that's nothing. Like these 3 points are like this whole area getting poisoned to it is gonna increase my top end damage by like what 100. So it's just like maybe 200. So it doesn't seem super important. It just seems better to just, yeah, we just continue on at this pace because, yeah, we're doing fine. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff in general. Edrifon. I think people just need to accept that leveling characters in PoE is going to be a longer process than any other ARPG, even for alts. I keep seeing people wanting to like bring in like campaign skips for alts and stuff, but like that only works in games like Diablo because Diablo's easy as fuck. In Path of Exile, there's a reason why your builds take a while to come online, because you're learning the build as you're doing it. Like, if you're suddenly at endgame in, like, 2 hours, like, you're having to learn your entire rotation and all of the passive tree and stuff, like, that's just horribly overwhelming for new players, like. But also, I just think campaign skips are stupid in general. The way you skip the campaign is you just get better at speedrunning it, you know? Or you just get yourself like, better gear, learn leveling builds and stuff. Like, I get what you're asking for, but whatever they would, like, the way they implement it would not be good. And then it becomes the required way to play the game, and that's not fun to me. Like, your proposition of, like, making you do twice as much damage and go through the campaign faster, but for no loot drops, that's not, like, a good game design decision. Like, you don't want to do no loot drops to go faster. That's just not fun. Like, the problem you're complaining about is like, the campaign takes you too long, and I get that that solution might seem like a good idea, but to me, it would just be, it would not be a good direction for the game to go, because that would just be the meta way of playing alts. So, like, 7 characters every season I play, since I'm an altaholic, would just be, like, blasting through the campaign, one-shotting everything with no drops when I can already do that. Because it's fun? What do you mean? I'm already having fun. Why are we taking away my loot drops? Like, I don't... That logic doesn't make sense to me. This is already fun. Like, if your problem is leveling alts isn't fun, then you're not leveling alts in a fun way. You're playing a really weird build or a not fun build or not trying out new styles. It's your 15th time going through the campaign with a Rake Bleed build, and that's why you're bored, but... I'm not having fun, then why are you here? I don't need you sharing your misery with me to try and ruin my fun. If you don't like the game, don't like it to yourself. There's a ton of people complaining for a reason. There's not a ton of people complaining for a reason. They're a loud minority of crybabies. A majority of the people enjoy the game. It's got problems, but it's got problems because it's in early access. But adding a campaign skip is not going to solve your problems with the game. I mean, I get that some of them Zanctius, but I don't have, like, I'm not entertaining that for a second, right? You know, I don't have the patience or the care to, like, I'm not saying you're justifying it either, but I understand PoE 1 players are upset, but I'm sorry the game's not for you. It's for a lot of other people, though. I mean, it's not that it's like it's not perfect because it's an early access. Like, it is an unfinished product. I see a lot of clowns on Reddit like, this is how a real ARPG should be made. Last Epoch is so great. Last Epoch's in 1.1. If you're comparing a product in 1.1 to a product in 0.2, you are stupid. Now, if you want to be like, there's this feature in Last Epoch I enjoy and then would like to see it in PoE 2, that's a different statement. But this game is not, like, you know, even close to finished, right? So it's possible you don't like it because it's an unfinished game, right? You're used to playing finished products, and you're treating it like it's a finished game. That might be why you're not having fun. But, I think too many people see how polished it is in certain aspects and are used to so many early access games being rug pulls or just marketing schemes that they are not used to what an early access game looks like. This is a true early access game. There are just so many critical game-breaking bugs that would not be in a full-launch game. There's so much missing content and stuff. Last Epoch is officially 1.1, but it's definitely very unfinished. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look very, like, you know. There's also no such thing as a finished game. Like, period. There's no such thing as a finished game. Like, that's just, paid money to be a tester? Yes. That is what early access games are. You are paying money. Like, what do you think an early access game is? An early access game is the developer saying our product is unfinished and we need testers. So if you are buying an early access game, that's what you signed up for. You are paying to be a tester. And there's just so many people that don't get that, Sodery. There's so many people that don't get that. I have not played Last Epoch. I don't want to, like, make too many judgments on it, but any game that does that, I don't know how it works, because I haven't been a part of them yet, but, like, there's, like, closed betas for, I don't know if it was closed beta, right? But, like, they let creators get early access to the patches, and then you have tier list out on day one, and I won't play any game that does that. There's very fun about an active developing meta in real time, especially in a game like this, where, like, one day you'll wake up and someone finds a new technique, and then there's, like, 20 new builds around this technique. That's what happened with the Bira's Charm, right? No one went into this patch with a tier list saying Bira's Charm was an S tier build. That had to be discovered in the middle of the season. And that's what's so fun about these, and yeah. No, you dipshit. I didn't say you can't complain you're not having fun. Why are you coming to my channel, not providing anything of substance? You just decided, hey, I'm going to tune into this PoE streamer, and I'm going to bitch about I'm not having fun. Like, you're ruining my mood because you're in a bad mood, and that's stupid. So just go away. I don't have the patience for that. I don't care that you don't like the game. Let me make this very clear. If you do not like PoE 2, that's fine. Go post on the forums your criticisms, but you just being like, boo-hoo, this game's not fun, I'm hating it, the leveling experience is not... Like, you're an obnoxious dork. I don't have the patience to deal with these people. You're chronically online. You just need a break. I'm sorry PoE 1 was your life, and that PoE 2 was a letdown for you. Why are all of you letting me know? I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but there's just like literally half my YouTube comments will be shit like this. It's just like, this is their vision? I paid for this? It's like, motherfucker, I didn't ask you. Why do you think I am someone who's going to make these changes happen or deliver your feedback to GGG? Or that I care about your feedback? It's so weird. These people that feel like they just need to go into every PoE 2 streamers and just like voice their disgruntledness. I'm having fun. I'm not gonna let y'all ruin it. And I'm generalizing, right? Like, most of y'all are not these people, right? Like, most of y'all are awesome. It's just there's a loud minority. I call them a loud minority because they are very loud and they want to be known that they're not having fun. And that sucks for them, but like, why do I need to be told this? What did I do to be like what am I supposed to do to solve you not having fun? I guess is my question. Probably a bit of overreaction, but I do that sometimes. The life of having autism. Emotional stability is not my strong point. But it's very weird to me. Because you know what game I don't really like playing right now? Last Epoch. But I'm not going into Last Epoch streamers' chats and being like, this game, this sucks. Alright, sorry, I'll stop talking about it. I probably should just time those people out instead of engaging with them. I do let it get to me sometimes, but it's just like it's non-stop. Like it is non-stop. I know, I'm too busy in the rant to get hyped about that Thorns kill, Zanctius. She fried herself. And here I am just triggered. Will we run Blasphemy with this build? Because we really don't have good spirit options. Would we run Blasphemy with the lightning resistance thing? Maybe. Alright, I can teleport. I've got this map explored.
Such beauty. The oases at home lacked such splendid color.
Sorry, my YouTube chat didn't update there again. Sometimes my YouTube chat just like stops syncing and I gotta refresh the page. Let me respond if I missed some of your guys' messages. I'm sorry. it's fine to complain. Like, there's one thing to give feedback and criticism. I have a big video coming that is non-stop feedback and criticism for Thorns. It's how you do it, though, is the way you're supposed to do it, right? Like, it's not just what you say that matters, right? Like, yes, what you say is matter, but it's how you say it. And I agree that, like, there was a lot of streamers that I was following at the start of PoE 2 that I am not watching anymore. And you know which ones I'm talking about. And you're gonna see it happen again. In 0.3, it'll be the same streamers that the first week of 0.3, you're gonna see a bunch of thumbnails with a big frowny face, and they're gonna look mad, and it's gonna have the title, "This Has to Change." And then a week later, there's gonna be thumbnails with a big smile on their face with a thumbs up in it. It's gonna be half the creators, and they're gonna do it in 0.3, they're gonna do it in 0.4, they're gonna do it in 0.5. It's gonna happen every single patch. Just the big frowny face in the thumbnail. I can't believe they did this. With just the most clickbaity, cringe shit in the world. And then a week later, it's gonna happen every time. That big smile. The game's been saved. Look what we did. The early access game listened to community feedback. It's very weird. It's very weird. I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm, like, being blunt and rude, but it's just... It's a cycle we're gonna see a lot from these people, I imagine. It's just gonna be every patch they're riding the Reddit hate wave. Of, we gotta do this up and down swing. And, again, I want to be clear. Some of the feedback they give is definitely worth listening to. Like, I'm not trying to say they shouldn't give feedback, they shouldn't complain about the game. The game is a stinky turd. The game is absolutely a stinky turd. I can give plenty of feedback for it. It's just the way you do it is what matters, right? And it's like, when you're catering to the hate mob, that's when I have problems. I guess that's my issue, is when you're catering to the obnoxious loud people. There are problems, though. Give me a Thorns proc. Stop being stunned. This guy's just not procking me a Thorns. He's just doing some purple beam. I'm about to die to all this chaos damage. I have no life left. Agreed, Harry. That's my... And it's not everyone, obviously. But there is a trend that I've noticed from 0.1 to 0.2 that is just, yeah. Oh my god, finally got Beerus online. You love this build? Hell yeah, TJ. Beerus is my favorite build of the patch. By far. I like it more than my Warbringer. But yeah, I don't know.
The tail.
To me, I just don't think people were ready for an actual early access game. I guess is where I think most of their frustrations come from. They were not ready for a true early access experience. They were wanting something far more polished. And again, we talked about it earlier. Some of their anger comes from the fact that they've been... I mean, they're PoE 1 players, and they haven't gotten a PoE 1 patch in forever. Like, that's where most of their frustration is, 100%, right? And they're just voicing that in weird ways. I think that is, too, Federico. I do think that just there's this, I mean, you're talking about people who have played the same game for the last 15 years, right? That's not a bad thing. I have, like, hyperfixation in a lot of aspects of my life. I've played World of Warcraft for over 20 years. Finally, only recently able to quit that addiction, and, like, yeah, like, that's pretty normal for people in the gaming space to, like, hyperfixate on a game. And when you've played one game for that long, especially during your formative years, right? Like, that is just what you're used to. Like, I have some... How many friends do you guys have that are big RuneScape players and you just don't understand the appeal of RuneScape at all, right? There's just something about when it's one of your first games you've... Like, your first game you ever degened, that lasts with you forever, and anything that doesn't maintain that vibe, it, like, feels off. And that's what happened to PoE 1 players. It's like PoE 1 has been played a certain way for so long that they're just like... They're trying to make PoE 1 into PoE 2. Or PoE 2 into PoE 1. And, it's not that that would necessarily be a bad thing, but that's not what GGG wants. And it seems like that's what a lot of people don't want, at least in my community. Just Recoup Nader. Just to be super tanky. Agreed, Federico. Agreed. Again, I think they're just... I don't know how to phrase it. I don't know how to phrase it. It's a maturity thing, I guess. Yep, lady, I used to play in the early access days, too. I used to play in those early access days, too. We used to have to go to mud flats to trade loot. We'd have to drop the loot on the ground because there was no trade window. That sounds cool, Mr. Ginger. This dude just keeps humping these pillars. But yeah, even like in the people forget, like back in the early days of PoE 1, like, it wasn't even a full campaign. I'm pretty sure PoE 1, oh god, what did it have 3 forms of difficulty, or was it always 2? For some reason I remember like going through the campaign 3 times. Like, I don't remember. It might have been originally 3 times, but like before it didn't even have all those campaign acts. It was 3 of them that you repeated, like this is now. Like, the PoE 1 back in the day used to be a very different game. Where's the Temple of Chaos? Yeah, it's a tough thing to talk about, Nopis, because I work in game development, so like, you know, I've watched a bunch of like seminars and stuff on like the way you should, like, versus free-to-play models versus the pay-to-play models, and like it's just an unfortunate side effect, I guess, of free-to-play model. Like, yes, those microtransactions in this shop are like way too expensive, right? Like, some of these armor packs are just crazy, but that's what happens when your company is owned by Tencent. Oh shit, these crab arms are sick. I'm gonna have to buy them. Well, the armor packs should have been so it's a tough road. It's a tough thing. Okay, so the armor packs needed to be expensive before Tencent because they were an indie studio that had that was how they funded their money now, right? But now they're funded. They have Tencent money, but Tencent's gonna make them keep the cosmetics high because Tencent wants their money back, right? So like, in either scenario you look at it, I don't think GGG had a say in the price of the cosmetics. Like, obviously, they could have been cheaper before, but now Tencent Tencent's not going to let them do cheaper cosmetics. But when they weren't owned by Tencent, they needed that money because they didn't have Tencent money. It's just like a... I understand how they ended up where they were at. I'm not defending it, but I understand it.
A woman that rejected her destiny comes to forge another.
Do they Reaper? Yeah, I haven't played Last Epoch yet. I don't... They just hate watch. I don't know what it is. It's weird.
You're making a fool of me.
I think part of the problem is because, like, people have just, like... I don't see many creators clash against it.
Challenger.
So it gets almost normalized. Again, like we talked about earlier, how some creators just lean straight into it, right? They don't give a... Like, they ride the the hate waves, right? They intentionally will be, like, making frowny faces in their thumbnails when things are fine and stuff, like... so it's, like, almost normalized to bitch about the game. So, like, they're not expecting me to just shut them down and be like, no, shut up. I don't need you spreading negativity here. If you have a feedback you want to give, I won't ever shut that down. But if you're just repeating 5 times in a row, I'm not having fun, this game's not good, go back to PoE 1. You don't know, like, if you're not actually saying anything of substance, like, I'm just not going to entertain that, right? But most of the criticism right now is it'll be patched, right? Like, you need to tell GGG that these things need to be patched. That was one of the creators I was referring to, lady. He's on the lesser end of that spectrum, but he's one of the ones where I was like, why? But there's way, 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 way worse people, but... And maybe that's how they truly feel, but I don't know. I find it... They're just not ready for an early access game. If you're gonna be emotionally upset over the balance in an early access game, that's because you're not ready for an early access game.
I'll wipe that smile off your face.
I understand that people want to play it to try and give it feedback to make it to where, you know, obviously, like, we all want this game to be as good as possible, right? Like, everyone, if, like, they could be, like, I think everyone's hopeful mindset is, I'm playing the early access game to make it better, but if your initial reaction to every problem is visceral, fire Jonathan, Mark doesn't care about the game, like, what are you talking about, my guys? I mean, every bug can't be fixed every... If the game has 10,000 bugs, AB, you can't expect all 10,000 to be fixed in that patch. It takes time, right? They have a priority list. That's how game development works. It's called the Moscow method. Must have, should have, could have, and won't have. You have a... I get that there's complaints last season, but what I'm saying is just because the bug report was given and it wasn't fixed doesn't mean it wasn't seen. You know, that's my point there, is that you should give your feedback, but don't expect your feedback to be instantly solved every time, right? Like, that's just... there's a priority they have to do on which, like, sometimes certain bugs require bigger priority. That's what that Moscow method is. It's, yeah, like, you have a list of stuff. These are must-haves. These are must-things. These are things that we must fix right now. Then you have should-haves. These are things we should fix right now. Not must-have, but if we have the extra time, we should fix it. And then there's things we could have, right? Those are things that are like, we shouldn't, and we mustn't, but we could, right? Like, it's just lower, like, you know, you have those priority tier lists, and I imagine their list is fucking insanely long.
This is just the beginning. Drowned in a sanguine flood.
That's one that confused me a lot, Thunder, is when I was seeing, yeah. See, those are the ones that I honestly find more off-putting, Thunder. I'm not sure, because again, I get that he's like kind of a character, but I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. Because he's definitely playing a character, and I want to give him a pass too, but there's so many idiots. There are so many fucking idiots who don't take what he's saying as over-exaggerated or as a joke, right? They're just morons. And that's where my problem is with it. Is it just... I feel like a lot of the rage has just been been caused by fuel. Like these creators just adding more drama to the mix by being over-exaggerative. But in general, like, I want to give most of those people a pass for that exact reason, right? And again, I don't agree with it, but you also have to keep in mind that a lot of creators, like, I'm not full-time with this shit, right? Like, it doesn't finance my life, but there are so many people who, they pay their mortgage. They have wives and children, right? And if they suddenly start losing, like, they may not consciously be, they might be subconsciously doing it, but, like, having Reddit on your side is good. Did I not pick up that one down there? I didn't. Oh, shit. So. And wait, did I not put that soul core down? I'm about to die. Holy shit. Why does my soul cores not keep going down? Am I gonna be able to get it down? I went and put it down 3 different times, and it just got canceled every time. This has been happening so much to me this patch with Ultimatum, and I don't know why. Is it a bug? Or am I just, like, being a noob and, like, rolling out of it when I wasn't rolling out of it before? But yeah, the server code seems bugged out. Okay. Because I swear this was not ever happening to me last patch, where I would just, like, keep the soul core. And it's happened to me 3 times this patch, and I've died because of it 3 times just because I'm not paying attention. I'm reading chat and shit, but it's just like, that's a weird one. I was fine there. If I would have dropped the soul core, I was out of flash charges, though.
Are you ready, Challenger?
I mean, those are like... Anytime anyone types vision to me, it's like almost like an auto ban in my YouTube shorts. Like, there's just so many people who are like, this is their vision. I can't believe it. Like, what is their vision? Like, what do you mean you don't see their vision? What are you not seeing? Like, that's where I'm confused at, AB. Like, you might not like their vision, but what do you mean you don't see it? I got hit and it interrupted it? Maybe that's what's doing it? Oh, I could talk game dev stuff all day, ladies. Never avoid that kind of stuff. Like, that's what do you mean by you don't see the vision? Because I see this comment a lot. It's just like, what is their vision? But like, what do you mean you don't see it? How do you not see what their vision is? It's a different game than their vision's not PoE 1. There's no iframe when dropping the soul core, but I swear I didn't run into this problem last patch. Like, I did so much ultimatum farming with reflect builds and stuff last patch that, like, I never had this happen before. Like, it just feels like it's a new change, or... I don't know. You never played PoE with me? But what are you looking for from their vision? Like I just don't understand what people mean when they say, I don't see their vision, or this is their vision. Like, the vision word just completely bothers me, because how do you not see their vision? I think their vision is very clear. It is a slow-paced ARPG. Like, and they've even seen that, they've even stated what their vision is. Like, they've said they wanted more slow, meaningful combat. Like, that's their vision. I don't understand, like, the disconnect there. How does this not feel like it's a step in the direction of that vision? I guess is my question. Does this not seem like they are attempting to make a slower, more meaningful combat, because that's exactly what it feels like to me. It is a step in that direction. It's not perfect, but I can at least see the vision. It's not like it's like completely blind, you know? I need to upgrade my flask, holy shit. Oh, you know what happened? I got rid of my leech annoy. So I'm not leeching anymore for my Thorns. That's also hurt my survivability. I swap next. I know you're not being sarcastic. You've been in my chat for a while. You don't seem like a troll. I just don't understand how people don't see the vision. Like, you might not agree with the vision. That's a different statement, right? Like, if you don't agree with the direction they're going, that just means you don't like the game they're making. And that's fine. But to say you can't see the vision, which is like a comment I get all the time, is like, what is their vision? What is the vision here? Like, if you can't see it, you're not looking at the game compared to any other ARPG, or you're not listening to their words. But if you don't like the game, that's a completely different statement. But not every game's for everyone, right? But there is no endgame, AB. Like, you say the slow combat's not gelling with the endgame. What endgame?
This is just a warm-up.
If you've played any ARPG, this endgame has, like, no depth to it. Like, it is... And GGG made this endgame, like, a few months before the early access was made. Like, they have said the endgame is a complete placeholder. Like, if you're judging the game based off the endgame, then you're not paying attention to the early access model of it. Like, they have stated that this endgame is not the final form. What they are testing in the early access right now is the leveling, the skills, the combat, the flow. But if you're, like, playing this game for the endgame, again, you're not playing it like it is supposed to be played right now. It is an early access game. It is not a fully finished ARPG with a fully finished endgame. It has almost no fucking endgame. There's a reason why I'm leveling my 5th alt right now. And not grinding endgame on one character, you know? That's where I go back to saying, just some people don't seem to understand what an early access game is, and we're expecting a fully finished title. One of the weaknesses of this game is the endgame. I'm not playing my endgame characters right now for a reason. They're boring. How many times can I kill +4 breach? Like, what am I gonna get from it, you know? Like, there's no endgame. I mean, I don't know how to answer that statement, AB. Like, of course, the answer is yes. Can this gameplay combat work with an endgame that's fleshed out? Absolutely yes. There's no needing to answer that question or vision. If you don't see that, then it's just possibly the game is not for you. That might just be a different thing. It might not just be a game for you, but, like, I don't see how you can't see how the endgame can't work. I don't know. But those are just, like, that's my problem with all the people who are criticizing PoE 2 right now, AB, is you're literally just saying things without providing any feedback. All you're saying is, the game works right now, but the endgame doesn't. But you're not telling me why you don't like the endgame. You're not telling me what aspect of the early game isn't gelling with the endgame for you. It's just complaining to complain. Or not, maybe, okay, let me rephrase. It's not just complaining to complain. You're complaining, and that complaining is leading to nothing. Right? Like, what you're saying is not, like, you're not helping me get to the, like, figure out why you're upset with the game. All you're saying is there's a disconnect for you, and I'm just not sure how it will work out. Well, that's an early access game, right? That is how, that's the developers. Okay, maybe I'm just misreading your phrasing or tone, but that is how games develop, AB, I guess, is... It's an early access, it's an unfinished game. Like, any product that is unfinished has a road it has to take to get to finished. If you can't see that vision, that's fine. You're not the developer, right? That's their job. But you saw them do it in PoE 1. I guess you're not a PoE 1 fan, but... Well, what started the conversation was the word vision, and I see that, like... I literally have got to the point where, like, if you type in my YouTube shorts or in my comments, so this is their vision, right? It's a comment I see a lot. Like, they won't say anything else, AB. They won't say anything else. They'll see a video of mine. They won't comment on the build. They won't comment on the meta of it. Oh, am I dead? I've been not really been paying attention. I've been talking. And they'll just say, so this is their vision. They'll say nothing else. They'll just say this is their vision. So when I see the vision phrase, I'm just like giga confused because it's just all they say, and then they don't say anything else. But I need clarification on what these people are wanting from the vision. And based off what you just explained to me is like, you're just new to, like you say you don't know how they're gonna get there. That's like game development, right? Like if I were to go show you some of the games I'm developing right now, like you would be like, how are you gonna get to the finished product? That's the job of the developer, I guess. Like that is like every day you're chipping away towards that vision. But we're not in a 1.0 product, we're in a 0.2 product, so we're just so far from that end vision that I guess, yes, it can be a little hard to see at times, but I guess what I'm trying to say is because you like the early game, right, that should tell you the early game is what they've worked the most on. That is, like, Acts 1 through 3 is the most finished portion of the game. That is where they've put the most hours into and the most polish into. And if the most polished portion of the game looks like that, then you can hope that as they put more polish and time into the other aspects of the game, those other aspects will meet the same quality. But the back half of the game is a dirty asshole, and the front half is the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, right? Like, maybe not that beautiful, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, they have not finished the back half of the game. It is a poo-poo game. Is a poo-poo endgame. The endgame is awful. Like, it is just so unfinished. So I mean, words, so oh shit, I didn't click the thing on the wall for my Ascendancy points. I have to run back through it. No! Or did I? Yeah, I didn't get my points, so I have to click the thing on the wall. I'm on autopilot, guys. I'm in a mood. I get triggered easily. That guy earlier tilted me. Not at you, Amy, a different person. Yeah, but to me, it's not the words. Like, obviously, I love the words that they say, but to me, it's PoE 1. That's why I believe they'll fix the game. PoE 1, if you played it in its early access, was infinitely worse than this game's early access. Infinitely worse, right? And they turned, like, that's what blows my mind. It's these PoE 1 players who love PoE 1. It's the same fucking company. They forgot that PoE 1 went from an unpolished turd to the game it is now, right? Give feedback and criticisms, but I don't know. It's too early to, yeah. You have to understand that the vocal PoE 1 community never played old PoE 1. I'm curious. Really? I was about to literally ask that, Sarm Kahel. That is, I'm really glad that you shared this information. He said in my Twitch chat, he says something like 3/4 of players never played 3.0. So that means 75% of modern PoE 1 players didn't play the early access. So they don't even know, like, a lot of how bad it got. So they were just never along for the full development process. So I guess that makes sense. That is a fair point. Agreed. There were many moments where I quit and came back to PoE 1 during its early access. Many, many times. Yeah, as well as curious was Sarm was like how many of those PoE 1 players were actually like what percentage, and yeah, that seems like it'd be a pretty big gap. I have not done a Roa build yet, TJ. I want to do a Roa build bad. Did I get turned around? Oh yeah, this way. No, we're good. Another problem that happened with this patch is most ARPG players, when an economy wipe happens, they expect a new league with it. There was no new league with 0.2. It's called Dawn of the Hunt, and it added a bunch of new stuff, but there was no league mechanic, and there was no new endgame. Wisp, the developers said Wisp are not a league mechanic. Wisp are just a mechanic that got added to the game. It was just slightly more content, but it's not a league mechanic. We got nothing new in the endgame. We got quality of life, but no new bosses, nothing. The economy wipe was just to test new builds and new skills because exactly what you said. They are focusing on the combat and the early game polish and builds right now. Endgame is... How can you have a polished endgame without a polished, like, core of your game, right? So it makes sense why they're developing it this way, but... I think a lot of people expected 0.2 to have a lot more content than it was going to. Because of the wipe. Like, just because psychologically we've been conditioned to expect League wipe means brand new game with a whole bunch of new stuff. And there was a bunch of new stuff, but it was mainly just in build creation. Right? So for someone like me, this is the best patch ever. This patch is awesome. It completely rewrote every build we were doing before. And then gave us 100 new support gems. Like, this patch is awesome for someone like me, but if you're your traditional ARPG player and you played 0.1, there's not much new stuff for you to try. It's literally just builds. See, I don't even know what to fucking take.
I accept the wisdom of it.
Yeah, early access equally early access. Just not a lot of people do, yeah. I don't know. I gotta get better at, like, I'm new to streaming, and I say it all the time. I'm autistic. It's not the best excuse, but, like, I'm really bad at just judging someone's tone or interpreting someone's tone, and we're talking about chat. When I see someone say something, like, sometimes I just misinterpret what they're saying. I'll always either assume the negative or the positive or something along those lines. It's part of the reason why I like the YouTube videos. There's more of a disconnect there. Yeah, I mean, this patch just had no new stuff, right? Like, we could have gotten Acts 4, 5, and 6 with this patch, but we didn't, you know. Oh, nice, Sarm. I opened that link, thanks. Yeah, Nightbot timed you out, but I'll look through that later. That's super cool. I mean, the end game, like, it depends on who you ask, right, Parch? Like, half the people in this chat will tell you that the end game is easy and they can fart their way through it. Some people will say the end game is pretty well balanced, and then some people will say that the end game, like, I'm stuck in white maps, right? This game is a game where you solve it with knowledge and experience. So, if you go into this game with the knowledge and experience of a min-max blaster build, you will one-shot every single boss in the game. There are plenty of builds that are middle of the road that you'll actually get 2 to 3 minute fights that you're not getting one shot in, but like you're having to do some mechanics. And then there are some builds that are so booty butt cheeks that you can't do anything with, which are most of my builds. But yeah, it's really ARPGs, in my opinion, don't take much mechanical skill. There are some players who are mechanically skilled. Players like Ben, for example, and like the top speedrunners. Like when I watch them play, I'm like, oh, okay, you're actually like really good. You make good mechanical decision making. You're not just like gearing your way through the game, right? Most players, I want to say like 80 to 90% of ARPG players, they solve content via gear and skill combinations, right? Like part of ARPG is it's just a puzzle, right? A certain amount of gear and a certain amount of skill, and with the right skill combination, and you one-shot every boss, and you're at no risk of death, right? That's how most people, not most people, that's how a lot of blasters play, right? Is they don't want to die, and they want to one-shot everything. Like, you can play the game that way, but there are plenty of builds that don't do that, so it's really just a spectrum of, like, how do you play the game, right? If you are a brand new player with no idea what you're doing, this game is very difficult. This game is an incredibly hard game if you are blind. If you are either an inexperienced ARPG player or have just never played PoE in general, your first time through will be very difficult no matter what build you do. This is very much a game that is solved by knowledge. Sure, a god like MOBA Pro could maybe block his way through the game, right? Like if you had Faker, right, or some ARP or some MOBA god, some RTS god like Flash or something. Sure, he can micro his way through blocks and melee attacks through most of the game, but not all of it. Most of the game gets overcome through knowledge.
I'm carrying enough already.
So I have a podcast show I'm starting soon, Karm. And one of the episode topics is about that. I don't know how I'm going to phrase it yet, but there are PoE 1 players specifically. Okay, I shouldn't generalize ever, but those people that talk like that you're talking about specifically, they have convinced themselves that they are way better at games, I guess, than they are because they've played PoE 1 for 15 years. And a lot of them let their ego, like, they talk like they're these god gamers, which is weird to me. If I learned something from Sir Gog, I'm not as smart or as good as Sir Gog, right? But I can instantly go and implement what I learned in-game and have almost a 99% chance of succeeding at what he did, right? Because this game is not that difficult. Versus, like, let's talk about a game like StarCraft, right? If you want to do what a pro does, sure, I can look up his build order, I can write down his build order, but I don't have the mechanical skill and the APM to be able to pull that off as well, right? But PoE 1 players, they have just spent so long using knowledge to dominate the game that, like, you're seeing a lot of them flounder right now in PoE 2. All these people that are crying on Reddit saying the game is too hard, it's because they've spent so many years playing PoE 1 that they trivialize that game with knowledge. That game is not hard to them anymore because they know it so fucking well. And now they're actually playing a real game, and their knowledge is not carrying them in this one. And they're just like, oh, it's too hard! What do I do? No, you've just been playing this one game for so long, and now you're not carried by your knowledge. And maybe carried is not the right word. Knowledge is power in these games, so carried isn't the right word. But they were using their knowledge for a majority of their power in those games. They weren't using their ability to navigate builds or a new meta. You know, they were just using the same solved data over and over for years and years. And, maybe they're not noobs at games, but they are way worse at other ARPGs than they are at this one because of that. They've relied too much on knowledge. Exactly, Federico. Literally, dude. Every single creator was raging about the state of spears. Hell, my first day of playing this game, I leveled as spears for the first 8 hours and then swapped to artillery ballista. I was raging the entire... Well, not raging, but I was struggling the entire time soon. It was almost like it was a new weapon type that none of us had experience with, right? Like...
Stone One, your duty has ended.
You just, like, sometimes you just gotta wait for the meta to figure itself out. Now, to be fair, Spears had problems on launch. The whole parry mechanic was clunky. I don't think anyone was expecting that much friction going into it. Like, there was a lot of fair criticism. I'm not going to deny that around Spears, but... we have the Rake build, right? The Rake Stomping Ground build. That is the fastest meta leveling build right now, right? How many Spear builds are just meta at the top at the moment? And then Lightning Spear, isn't it, like, arguably the most meta build? So it's just like... yeah. I would agree with that probably, Sarm. And the reason why I would agree with that is... I have YouTube analytics, right? And when I was making WoW videos, my age demographic was roughly, like, most of my age demographic was around people my age. Level 30, not level 35, level 35 IRL. Like, I'm 35 in real life. So most of my WoW demographic were people who grew up with WoW, right? My age. And the demographic is older in PoE. I have more people around my age or older that watch my PoE 2 videos than my WoW videos. So the correlation there is older people play WoW, so it's just more likely that they play PoE 2, I guess, is the correlation I'm making. They're both boomer games. Because Zoomers aren't playing ARPGs. ARPGs are for washed up noobs. We don't want to play a hard game. We want to trivialize the game with a one-shot build. If we wanted hard games, we'd go play, you know, an FPS or something. I'm memeing a bit, obviously. But I do truly believe what I just said, that ARPGs are one of the least mechanically skilled types of games you play out there. There's a bit of memeing here, right? I'm trolling saying that we're like washed up noobs that can't play games. Like I said, Rob, I think, not Rob, Ben, and like there's a few others that are really good mechanical players, but no one is going, oh man, I can't wait to flex my mechanical abilities in an ARPG, right? Most of those people are playing other games. High APM stuff, you know. Not saying there's none, but most. Oh, interesting, Sarm. I love statistics and shit like that. It's always nice to get that kind of perspective, yeah. That makes sense. No, I mean, that's happened to me plenty of times. There have been plenty of times that I've skipped a PoE league because of, like, something happening in WoW. So...
Die forgotten.
Like, obviously, if I could, like, have my way, like, I would keep every boss, because, to be honest, the boss fights are the best part of this game. Like, if you're in a 1 to 2 minute boss fight where you're having to actually play with the mechanics, that's when this game's at its best. So, in an ideal world, when I'm doing pinnacle content, it's 1 to 2 minute fights, right? But when we're done with our build, when we've reached the pinnacle of our build and we're like, okay, I'm waiting for next season, you want your build to be one-shotting most contents. That's just the fantasy that ARPGs chase, right? Like, you want to eventually have a god mode character. But you just have to have these highs and lows, right? You're going to have these moments where you get this big burst of damage and your progression is flying, and then you start to stagnate, and then you have to do an upgrade, and you get the, like... That's where the balance comes in, and that's where you're going to have to see GGG just fine-tune it is. We want the one-shot. We just got to get it slowly. Alright, my bags are just super full. I have that bad habit too, Sarm. I mean, you can see me getting triggered multiple times during my stream, but like, I'll engage with my YouTube comments all the time. Like, I'll get in arguments with them all the time, and I just need to just get in the habit of like timing them out. Well, not timing them out, just getting rid of them. But yeah, I have that problem a lot. Third medium soul core. What do you need 3 for now? There's only 2 points. Did it just add a third so they're easier to find? Yep. And I'm sure that'll happen with every, like, I feel like, isn't that, one of the biggest complaints that, I didn't play last Epoch, but wasn't that one of the biggest complaints with their most recent patch? It was that the curve was just way too easy, that, like, they just didn't nail it at all. You just kind of farted your way through the game the whole way, and then you were at the end and you cleared the pinnacle content in 2 days. Like, it is a, it is rough to get that curve right. Have the devs said anything about their ideas for the crafting system? Yeah. It's going to be like PoE 1s eventually. The way they introduce crafting systems is through league mechanics. And the game is missing like 6 or 7 different league mechanics from PoE 1, maybe more. If they were to introduce all of those crafting mechanics right now, when they introduce those league mechanics later, those league mechanics won't have crafting systems with them. So they have all the crafting from PoE 1 on standby. Maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. But they've stated that there's just not a lot in the game right now because the game's not ready for it. But they have stated that, like, there's so many league mechanics that aren't in this game. Like, my favorite's Legion. Legion's not in the game. Legion's gonna have to come up with a crafting mechanic, right? But if it was in the game right now, you wouldn't get to be able to test introducing that naturally and stuff, you know? And sometimes for testing, you have to layer things on top of each other. But I mean, I don't know what all they're bringing over. There could be certain things that they're not going to bring. I think they've been pretty adamant that alterations aren't coming, but they have stated that more league mechanics are, or more crafting mechanics are on the way. What other RPGs have you played, and what's a good endgame or campaign? I mean, in general, I hate any campaign in an ARPG. I'm like most of everyone else. I just want to get to the endgame and blast. The main reason why I never liked PoE 1 is because I always struggled going through the campaign. Like, if you're not a campaign savant in that game, would you give me a Thorns proc, dude? So, in my opinion, there is not a single ARPG campaign experience that I like. But I don't play ARPGs for campaigns, so... I also have not played every ARPG. Like, I haven't played Grim Dawn, Last Epoch, so... But for me, most campaigns are a nuisance. They're too convoluted, or they're just really bad like Diablo, and then you circumvent it in even a worse way, right? But right now, I would say PoE 2 is the best, is my favorite. Acts 1 through 3 is my favorite campaign. Obviously, 4, 5, and 6 is placeholder, but of any, like, I have no problem redoing Act 1 through 3 right now. Versus any other ARPG, I would have been way more miserable by now. I have not tried Titan Quest, no.
I should plunge you into a pit of
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Federico. No, I have not really tried many ARPGs, to be honest. I've spent most of my, like, I was either, like, most of my gaming career has either been heavily involved in esports or playing WoW. I've always been, like, an ARPG tourist, I guess is the best way to call it.
Greetings.
Oh, I forgot I had these rings. What does this do to my max mana? Yeah, I figured that wouldn't be worth it right now.
You have slain the Bog Witch? Oh,
Yep, I'm doing Chrono Thorns.
the wound on the heart of
We're
my
just leveling and all. I don't have a sorcerer yet, so. Trying Chrono Thorns. Isn't there a stun one? I guess you can't get it in the campaign.
It was my honor to assist you.
Oh, nice, Federico, yeah. So, yeah. But, for me personally, I don't give a fuck about crafting in ARPGs. I've never been a solo self-found kind of guy. It's possible with time I become one, once there's more crafting and I'm, like, super bored of the game. But I just have no interest in doing crafting in PoE 2 right now. Like, especially, I think it makes sense when you play builds like me. When you play builds like mine. A lot of my builds just, like, depend on trade, right? When you do weird off-meta builds. Like, how would I do a Thorns build consistently solo self-found, right? Like, you don't. I don't enjoy farming for currency. But aren't you farming for currency to craft? Like, aren't you using the currency you farm to craft? So either way, you're farming for currency, right? I just use the currency that I farm to buy gear instead of crafting the gear. Like, to me, there's no difference between the two, except you are doing a system where you RNG make something, and I skip 10 steps and save currency and buy a good item. Like, I get why some people want to do the solo self-found stuff.
Now, let
And there's a lot of friction with trade, horrible friction with trade, but either way, you're having to farm the currency, right? Like, if you're crafting something, you're using the currency on it, so no matter what, you're doing the farming. Unless you're talking about, like, maybe it's, like, very specific, like, niche currencies you're farming that I'm just not, like, aware of, but I don't do anything besides what I want to do, you know? I do whatever, like, I don't ever, like, target farm, like, divines, I guess. I don't ever target farm. I target farm something that will sell well to get me more divines to trade for. Right, so, like, ultimatum or mapping, right? Like, oh, I know you're not saying one or the other is better. There's no distinction in which one's better, right? It's all preference, right?
they build something that could flood their main city.
It's purely preference. And I'm sure I would love solo. Like, there's gonna be a day where I've already played 1,400 hours, guys. Like, at some point I'm gonna put in 1 billion hours, and I'm gonna be bored of trade, right? And every once in a while I'm gonna have to do Oh yeah, that Thorns not leeching is super noticeable. I gotta fix my Anoint. I took off my Thorns not leeching Anoint. Or something. I'm just not healing at all. I also need to get a new flask. It feels like this game is very focused on solo more than party. Isn't that every ARPG? I could be wrong, Raging Quitter. Did I DC? Yeah. I feel like that's all ARPGs though, right? Is there a single ARPG out there that ever designs around group play? Like, group play is always like a kind of a... Here, let me test this thing back to see if it is leeching more. Oh no, I get that. I absolutely get that, AB. That is, I get that completely, right? Like, making your own gear is very satisfying. Like, I had my first solo self-found character ever last season, and it was a gemling. And every time I crafted something cool, that was a better feeling than I ever got while training, right? I guess right now, there's just not enough tools in the game for crafting for it to be worth the time investment for me. Because right now, what am I doing? Like, 2 builds a week, it feels like? Right? I wouldn't be able to do that in solo self-found at all, you know? And I'm having fun just trying stuff. So that's just not for me. I appreciate when the dweebs speak up. I'm gonna be playing this game for like the next 5 to 10 years, and the faster I can ban them, like the faster I can get rid of them, you know? Please keep outing yourself, dweebs. I love growing my ban list. Higher and higher it goes. And then maybe, when the ban list is that high, they'll be high enough to see the vision of the game. But probably not. But yeah, it's just there's not enough crafting in this game. Especially like, I don't know, I feel like I have to have some form of unique targeting that's better than chance orbs. Like, maybe not for every build, right? But like, let's say, like, for me, the only thing I want to do solo self-round right now is Thorns. And how am I going to get Crown of the Pale King? I mean, for me, the main reason why I never got into crafting in PoE 1 was just the knowledge gap. There's just so many, like, ways you can brick an item. There's so many different modifiers and roles you need to learn about. And then there's just all the different currencies. It's just, like, so overwhelming. That's part of the reason why I'm, like, willing to learn it in PoE 1 is I'm going to get slow-roll these mechanics one by one. But, like, if you were to go into PoE 1 right now with no understanding of crafting, good fucking luck. Like, thank fuck we don't have to deal with fusings and colored sockets. Like, say what you want about PoE 2, Like, it's kind of lame. You can only have one support gem. Did I go the wrong way? I went the wrong way, I think. I think I was supposed to go that way. Up here, maybe? Nope, not up there. It was down there, I think. Maybe it was up here? Like, I think that was always the main reason why I hated the PoE 1 campaign. Like, I fucking hate the PoE 1 campaign. Like, half the time you get an item in that game, it either doesn't have a link setup you can use, or it doesn't have a color combo you can use. And that is just such a boring-ass system. And so unfun, you know? I got a good item that I can't use because it doesn't have a 4-link. It's like, oh, okay. Now let me just slam a bunch of links into it until I get that. And it's just like, well, it's not worth slamming those into a 4-link. It's just like... I'm so glad that aspect is gone. Maybe one of them could stand on their own, like maybe if links were fucky or maybe colors were fucky, but the combination of the two made most items you got during the campaign not viable for your build. At least in my experience as someone with no crafting experience, just trying to fart his way through the campaign. It was just half the time there's just this really good item that has all the stats you want. But you're going to have to give up that 4-link you have. And the 4-link you have probably sucks too. It's probably a white item or a blue item. Like, you know, it's probably just some dog shit piece of gear that doesn't do anything for your gear build. But it's a 4-link, you know. I didn't like that. I feel like loot is way more meaningful in this game. Because of that. Like your average loot drop. At least on a fresh start. So you can consistently get upgrades in this game in the campaign. Oh my god, my YouTube chat didn't update again. Just saw like 30 messages just pop up. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely just going to get fixed in time, maybe. Just more crafting over time. I'm not worried about crafting right now. I feel like... Maybe I'm wrong, but... Like, maybe Sarm probably knows the numbers. He seems like he knows the player base pretty well. I am going to guess that in PoE 1, solo self-found players were a minority of the player base and a large minority. A majority of the player base does not play solo self-found, where trading is, or not trading, excuse me, crafting is way more important in solo self-found. Like, do you think GGG's priority right now is making the core game good, or, you know, making sure solo self-found players have their little corner of the game nice and comfy, right? They care about them, but we are not at the point for that kind of design. It just seems like, right? Like, there are so many more game-breaking bugs and lack of endgame. I don't care about the crafting right now. I want them to fix the other stuff, right? Like, obviously I want more crafting stuff to come over time, but...
This drowned city, disgraced by time, just like precious Keth. There is still a beauty about it, I admit.
That's a good phrase, Branko, Path of Currency. That's what it always... Like, to me, anytime I played Path of Exile 1, it was like... The most exciting moments were like, yeah, I got a divine! Now I can trade this divine for 4 pieces of gear. Like, that was my exciting moments in PoE 1 for me, right? Like, you got that divine. I never used the divine for crafting. I wouldn't even fucking know how to approach crafting with a divine. It meant I got to buy a whole new set of gear, right? That's what it meant for me in PoE 1. See, I don't even know what that means, Sarm Carmel. That's how much of a noob I am at PoE 1 crafting. I don't know what meta mods on the crafting bench mean. What's a meta mod? I remember using the crafting bench. Because the crafting in that game was very different. You'd like go find the enchants out in the world, and then you could like craft them on certain gear. But oh, you could apply prefixes and suffixes. Cool. Yeah, what was funny for me is, like, sometimes when I would play PoE 1, I would take a break for 2 to 3 seasons. So, like, one season I would play, and Divine would be the top currency, right? And then you play the next season, and Exalts were the next top currency. And then the season after that, it's Chaos Orbs. It was just, like, there was many different times where there was, like, a weird fluctuation in, like, which currency was top. And now I think it's pretty standardized, but like there's like a flow that happens, right? It's like Exalts are worth more early, and then Chaos becomes more valuable over time, right? Like that's pretty standard now, but before it was like I would come back to the game and be like, wait, Chaos isn't good anymore? And my friend's like, nah, people don't really want Chaos right now. Yeah, like, it's like maybe these are things that, like, once my PoE 2 brain interacts with these systems, I'll be like, oh shit, why wasn't this here the entire time? This is way better, but, you know, I never interacted with them in PoE 1, and I just don't have that crafting brain yet. Again, I swear it's going to happen at some point. Like, there's going to be, like, I would 100% be making a solo self-found Smith of Kataba Thorns build right now if crafting was good, and I could guarantee getting a Crown of the Pale King early on. But we're just not there. I need to try Resonating Shield again. It's been a while since I tried the Resonating Shield Star Wars Quill Burst. Let's see how this feels now. Oh, that feels okay.
Good timing. The spirit is near.
Oh, that's fun. We just aren't getting hit enough to get enough Quill Burst procs. It's weird how it'll, like, sometimes hit the target, but it won't.
There's always a next time.
The Quill Burst splash is just so small compared to, like, the radius of the Resonating Shield. It's not, like, consistently hitting the target next to another target. So there's just these... Oh, I'm about to drown. Oh. Yeah, it's just super awkward. I don't know if the barbs on Resonating Shield will ever work. Definitely not going the distance for sure. Not unless we mix in like armor break and stuff. But that'll be just a very different style. I'm like stuck. I can't roll. Okay, good. Just the Quill Burst is just super inconsistent in Resonating Shield. It sucks we can't put barbs in it. This would be so much better with barbs in it. Better off just leveling with a rig for now. I think I want to swap off Rake and try Mace for a little bit too. But let's try a Spear Stab with level 10 Spear Stab to see what that feels like for the bar damage. Because of the damage modifier might be nerfing it a lot, but it's hard to tell. Yeah. Just doing pure elemental Thorns is rough. It's really good Act 1 and 2, but I'm just losing steam without Scavenge Plating and other supports for it. No, Rapid Assault's bad. Especially late game. Like, I need to do an update talking about Rapid Assault. I need to also test it, but one of my viewers was talking about. So, like, if you look at this, let me see if I can find it. Okay, so you see this? This is a level 3 Rake, right? You see how it has attack damage, 61%? Because we are using a low rank Rake. Well, let me finish, Dren. Because we're using a low rank Rake, we are getting a negative damage modifier. And this applies to the Thorns damage I'm doing with Rake. Now, in another version of this build, maybe you have a high enough dex to get your Rake higher skill. Because at a higher left skill level of Rake, you get a bonus modifier. This will go to 61% to 120%. So you end up doing more Thorns damage with a higher skill Rake. I'm doing an int stacking version. I'm doing a mana int stacking version. That means I am stuck with a level 3 Rake. That means I will always be doing 61% damage with whatever's in this thing. Versus Spear Stab or other stuff. You see, Spear Stab's attack damage is 191%. So, while my damage isn't really being influenced right now because it's early game, late game, if I don't upgrade my Rake, which I won't be able to without lots of dex, right? Because it's a dex skill. But I'm doing mana stacking. You're not paying attention to the build I'm doing. I'm doing a mana stacking build. In order for mana stacking Thorns to work, I have to do a channel. How can I use Rapid Assault while channeling? If I'm doing a mana stacking Thorns build and I stop channeling, I lose all of the Thorns from my Crackling Barrier. So it just, like... Rapid Assault's just, like, only for leveling in this build, but it doesn't actually test what I'm wanting to test long term, right? Like, if this is a mana stacking build, I have to do a channel skill for Crackling Barrier. Well, I've been leveling with Rake this entire time, you know. And Rapid Assault. Well, not Rapid Assault, but... Rake's better than Rapid Assault, in my opinion. I almost never use Rapid Assault anymore. I only use Rapid Assault for bossing. And even then, Rake's better a lot of the time on bossing because of Stomping Ground. Stomping Ground basically does what Rake does. For mapping. But either way, you wouldn't use either of them. I just don't like how Rake feels, to be honest. I agree. I agree with that. I think about both of them, Dren. I don't like how Rapid Assault feels either. I don't like it, like, locks you in that animation. Like, I find that clunky, too. Like, I would be much happier if Maces were better with Thorns. You love it? Yeah, I guess that's just a preference thing. I'm skipping this rare. You're annoying with your little balls. Yeah, we'll go back to Rake. Yeah, I hate how Rapid Assault feels. I don't know why. I guess it's just the animation lock. Like, obviously, like, it's good, right? You get all those triggers instantly, but... long term... And I have to talk about that in my update about Thorns. I learned that the damage scaling is actually, like... Last patch, you could get away with low-level skill gems. Right? This patch, you can't. Which was just a like a miscalculation a lot of us had going into this patch. Like you see a lot of builds early on, and there's still a lot of builds that you say you should use low-level skill gems. Like I don't think a lot of people have realized that attack damage modifier, at least with this build, it does a big damage nerf, so... Because, like, I noticed at one point on my Thorns Warbringer, Mace Strike was doing a lot more DPS than Rapid Assault. And I was like, how is that possible? Rapid Assault is hitting 5 times, and Mace Strike is only hitting once. And the DPS is relatively the same. It was because you're actually taking a pretty big damage loss. I think it does Anomaly. Have you tried triggering scavenging with poison and corrosion? Yes. I haven't tried making a build doing that yet, but the interaction works, AB, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, at some point I'm trying a poison Titan with Thorns. I've heard it's not very good, but at some point I'm going to try it. Should I go there or there? We'll go there. Honestly, I should probably get Eldritch Battery now. Just to test how it feels. How many points do I need for it? If I were to go from up here, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 7 either way. So we'd get it from up here. I've got like 2 bonus right now. So we'll test Eldritch Battery at some point, but I do want to test this soon. Have you tried using Shield Charge with Stomping Ground? No, I haven't. Not yet. I plan on doing Poison Shield Charge with my Poison Titan, though. So I'll probably test it out then. So that does sound fun. I'm just sad the Resonating Shield didn't work out. And I'm sad I put a 5 link in it. Like, it's still, I still have to use it for this build, but the Resonating Shield tech, because I thought like I could maybe put Quill Barbs and Resonating Shield to help with clear, but the RNG of that just wasn't good. It'd be similar to that, yeah, on the Titan. Oh, we found this place. I didn't want to find this place. Is it gonna be that way then? I don't think it'll be good. I stand strongly by that. I think my Warbringer will be the best version, but maybe a Titan version has better single target. No, you would use Corrosion. Corrosion makes poison break armor. Would you be doing an update on the Lightning Thorns Warbringer? Yeah, at some point. It's just so expensive to update right now, and I've been having fun doing other builds, Dean. But it's like... it's coming. I'm not sure when. But yes. But I'm glad the lightning version is working for you. But yeah, the support gem Corrosion makes poison break armor. But like, will it work? Yes. Absolutely. Will it work as well as the other Warbringer? I doubt it. Because I have a lot of viewers that play Thorns, and I feel like most of them were telling me Poison Thorns sucked, and not many of them were telling me, if none of them actually told me that it was good. But I have yet to try it. But I am not like some god. Poison is so hard to get going. Poison was one of my favorite styles last patch. Did they nerf it? I didn't play Poison Thorns last patch. I played Poison Shield Charge. But I loved most of, and Poison Arctic Armor. Like, Poison was really good last patch. Did they nerf it or something? Poison Thorns is fine. Because I had a Shield Charge Titan build last patch that was, might have been my favorite build of the patch. And I was thinking of just doing that build, but like putting Quill Bursts and Barbs in the Shield Charge or something. And just doing that exact same build, but with Thorns, was my plan, but I never got around to it. Because I had to respec my Warbringer. Look at that Recoup go, though. I'm not moving out of anything. Yeah, I used those gloves on my poison characters last patch. The Plague Finger Rats or whatever. They just added it to the poison hit chance and magnitude, if I recall. Or maybe I didn't. I think I actually used yellow gloves, never mind. Yeah, I saw like week 1, I saw someone do a tri-element shield charge build where they did poison, ignite, and bleed. And I thought that looked cool, but I would just do poison thorns. How do you get the poison for thorns? Well, poison is just physical damage. So you just need poison hit chance. So you would get it through jewels. Like, all you would need is, like, 1 jewel with, like, 4% or 8% hit chance, whatever it is. And then anytime you take something like this, 24% or 30% chance to increase chance to inflict ailments and stuff, that boosts your chance. But there's passives, gear, jewels, a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. You don't have to, Migri. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find my old max roll planner. This is my old Titan Poison Shield Shard build. This was one of my best not my best performing builds. It was like top 3 builds the last phase. And look, I don't even go to the Ranger side. I got none of these nodes. I think I had one of them anointed, but you are not required to go to the ranger side of the tree to play shield charge poison or a poison build. You can this build is on my YouTube channel, so if you wanted to check it out to get an idea of how it played, but this build functioned perfectly fine. And yeah, you don't go to the ranger tree, you don't have to. You have plenty of ailment stuff in the warrior starting area. It's not specifically poison stuff, but it's ailment stuff. And ailment stuff counts towards poison stuff. Tried to link the toxic thorns for this league. Let me look at it. Is this your build? Or is this someone else's build? Someone else's build? Wonder if they have a YouTube video. Curious how it does. Oh, he does have a YouTube video. Let me see how it does. Oh, he posted it 8 days ago. Cool. We'll watch it on stream. Oh, you guys can't hear his voice. I don't have the voice set up. I just wanted to show the video. I want to see how the poison's doing. Doesn't seem that good. The poison damage seems pretty inconsequential to me. Interesting, though. I want to see a boss. Does he have a boss clip? Yeah, this is like, this doesn't tell me anything. I don't know what difficulty content this is. I don't know what Atlas oh. He's only got complete a tier 5 Corrupted Nexus quest done. It's a level 74 map, yeah. This is what I would expect from a poison build. It's not that good. At least what I'm looking at right here. The damage does not look good. That good damage probably looks better than the build I'm doing right now, though, but... How much Thorns damage? Oh, his Thorns damage is really low. Yeah, he's just undergeared. It could work. He's just super undergeared and underleveled. He's just super undergeared and underleveled. But this could work, maybe. It's not as good as the normal style, but... It's glad that I saw that he was super undergeared and underleveled. Because if I was to try that style on my Warbringer or Titan, it might look different. Thanks for leaking that, Dren. Any guide yet for what, Jordan? Which build? Oh, nice, Dean. Oh, so you used my exact lightning build as is, and you kill, and it's doing that well. I have not played that lightning build in like a week, so I literally made the max roll, played with it for like, not max roll, the mobile licks for the lightning build. I played for it for like 3 hours, and I haven't touched it since. I have no idea how well it's performing versus pinnacle content, so that makes me really happy. Because yeah, I want to go update the lightning build soon. I've just been too distracted with other builds, obviously. Oh, I only have a +2 Prism of Belief for it. I'll have to get a +3. Nice, Dean. Cool, I'm gonna have to go revisit it soon, yeah. The lightning style felt really good to me. And you're using Mace Strike too? Yeah, that's what I was planning on using. I figured you would just use basic Mace Strike because of the modifier damage. It, like, when I only used it for an hour, and, like, my boss DPS felt immediately better with it. Like, I was like, wow, this feels way better. Cost you 35 to buy, and yeah, the price of this shit is just so high right now. Are you using that lightning mace that I use? Or did you try other maces? Because I don't know if that mace actually was going to end up being this. It was a mace that I used on a monk build last patch, and I just kind of like slapped it in because I wanted to see if it worked, but I didn't actually test other maces to see what was better. It felt like it could have potential, but... I never made a video for it, Anomaly, but if you go to my mobalytics for my Warbringer Thorns, there's an alternate tab that's like a work-in-progress Lightning Thorns variation. I had started working on it, but I never got around to finishing it. It sounds like I should do that, though. Because you're the first person, Dean, I've heard, like, give me feedback on it that was, like, anything besides, like, asking me about it, right? So it makes me very, like, the fact that you said you're dominating tier 17, 18 mats and you killed +3 Arbiter, hell yeah, makes me want to go revisit it right away. Because that's where I thought that build was going to thrive more. Like, my Beerus build, Beerus is way better for mapping, but that Lightning Thorns build, that felt like it was going to be king of bossing for Thorns. It just, the DPS strike felt like it was going to be so good. The attack speed was good on the Lightning Mace, yeah. That makes sense. I think that's one of the reasons why I picked it right. It had like a 2 attacks per second or something. It was like a 2.3 or something. Maybe it was like a 1.8. I forget. Hold on, we want to do the one thing. I don't want to kill him with that one. We need him to do the barrage spell. I'm going to eat it all and see what happens with the Recoup. Come on. Do the thing. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Watch the Recoup. He didn't even touch me. He didn't even touch me.
Our servants, not our masters.
The Recoup was so strong, I took no damage. It was just instant full heals. I'm telling you, this build's gonna be unkillable, but we're not killing anything either. Oh, fuck. I might as well just start pathing to Eldritch Battery. I don't need to chest it right now. We'll keep pathing this way. We need more bosses like that. That's where this build can shine. Is when I get to show how tanky it's gonna be. What's my shield? It's just this crap. I wanted to test what no move speed penalty on resonating shield felt like. I should swap back to that shield, which is also just gives me damage blocked as recouped as mana, but this shield will probably be replaced too. Nice, Dren. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to level, dude. Like, I love alt leveling with twinks. Or twink alt leveling, whatever you want to call it. Like, just getting a juiced alt is so fun.
Hey. These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's not a blood offering, it's someone of Val blood. Perhaps if
I only do the objectives that give me something permanent for my character.
This is truly something. The apex. It's opening.
If it gives me the lightning res buff, if it gives me the max light, whatever and those skill points, like, you know, the objectives that give you those rewards that like buff your character, I only do those ones. But like, I'll skip a lot of the side bosses that don't give you anything, right? Yeah. In PoE 1, there was like a command you could type that would tell you all of those things that you were missing in the campaign. They don't have that in this game. Window to Paradise? Let's see if I have one of those. Window. Interesting. If I'm doing a lot of raised shield, that's definitely good. It's also got some mana on it, so it works for the build. Shield charge applies it? Interesting. Yeah, Resonating Shield was the obvious one. It's just... I'm already overusing Resonating Shield. It's so boring, so, like, I'm just so used to my Warbringer, man. I'm just so used to my Warbringer. And not having the Resonating Shield, so I'm just really fighting Resonating Shield right now, but I just need to suck it up and just accept that it's part of the playstyle. I fucking corrupt it, and I actually got a 47% increased Thorns damage roll. Yeah. We can tell GGG gave me that streamer client. We've been upgraded. I need to get a teething rune, though. I don't have access to that trait thing, I think. What does that shield do, Migri? Lyco said, oh, is that the one that I had in my bag that was recouping mana? That could be good, yeah. What did I come here for? I came here for teethings. I want teething. Let's just get like 10 of them so I have a bunch in my stash for a while. I can't wait to level my KallTorak's character. That's going to be a fun one. And that works out even better with this build, Dren, because I have, I mean, not even better, but, like, it works out, I guess technically better. But I have the Chronomancer point. So every once in a while, when I shield charge, I'll just get an instant cooldown back. So I'll be able to shield charge just slightly more, right? So, we'll see how it goes. I mean, it definitely seems good for this style, right? The problem is it's just another unique. This build is already so unique heavy, and I felt like I needed a different... I don't know if I can use this shield long term. I feel like it's going to be good. The elemental exposure seems too good to pass up, but I'm just already so unique heavy. We'll figure it out later. I don't know, Retvav. I've got that shield in my stash, but I'm doing a mana stacking build. I'm not doing a life stacking build, so it's possible that shield might be the only way I can do damage in this build late game, but because I'm specifically doing a mana stacking version, it's just, I don't know yet. But yeah, I'm just doing a mana stacking lightning version, I guess. What am I doing? I wanted to do this. I'm gonna try Quillbert. Oh, I don't have enough strength for Resonating Shield now. Oh, my shield had strength? Lol. Oh, look at that exposure. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. I need to go get strength back. Oh, interesting. I am not familiar with that shield, Magri. I don't know if that would work for this build, but that sounds interesting for the Poison Thorns build. Or at least worth visiting. I just want to talk to the old man. Where is he?
How can I be of aid?
A step closer to legend.
Strength.
This
Okay.
isn't the place.
What build do you recommend on normal or Warbringer, normal bleed, or lightning? Lightning is the most expensive style, so you only go lightning ultra endgame. If you can afford to play lightning, you should probably play lightning, but I would recommend bleed. The bleed is just the normal style with bleed, so it's like, you know. The normal style is kind of obsolete. I'm sure if I were to like re-level my Warbringer right now, I would just be the bleed style from the ground up, right? The normal style only exists because just my no knowledge of the bleed style when leveling, so yeah. Oof. Yeah. Trying to tank too much there with the resonating shield. Yeah, my Thorns damage is pretty low for this point. With Scavenge Plating, I would have like double my Thorns damage, so Frost good as well? No. Frost forms would be awful. The thing about Thorns is you have to be hit to do damage, and if they're frozen, they're probably not going to be hitting you very many times, you know? That like instantly filled up my stun meter. I'm dead again. Oof. Recoup, save me. Yeah. Pure elemental thorns leveling, it definitely tapers off. It's not near as powerful as the armor break. Resonating shields, or not armor break, but Scavenge Plating style. I just don't have the damage right now, and it's crazy because my gear is actually pretty good. But I'm just down like, I don't know, 1,500 to 1,000 thorns damage, to 2,000 thorns damage right now, so it's just, it is a very significant loss without Scavenge Plating, so. Even when leveling elemental thorns, you will have to run Scavenge Plating. Can't do this spiritless build that I'm trying. I'm not trying it, but, you know, just testing things out. So yeah, I think Scavenge Plating, like no matter what, even if you're just Giga stacking Life Thorns, you would play a normal Thorns leveling build and you would transfer to Elemental Thorns at a later point.
This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate?
Probably always playing for Armor Break.
Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva the Lie, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Armor Life.
Bring her to
That's all I
Dorian.
build, Armor Life
As
block.
for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
And of course your resistances. I'm almost recouping her damage faster than she can kill me. It's close. Like, I'm actually starting to, like, if I'm standing in a Chaos Puddle, I'm not out-damaging her. But, or I'm out healing her otherwise, though. Yeah, I just don't have the Chaos Res to tank those attacks. Oh, I'm still, look at my flask. I've got level 50, look at my flask. I'm still using the starter flask. That's so funny. That's how brain off I've been through this campaign playthrough. Yeah, my damage is just taking a massive tanker. Because there's also, you have to keep in mind the RNG of the lightning thorns. Like, they just have such a large damage roll. The Recoup's kind of keeping me alive, surprisingly, which is funny. The fact that I'm still alive with these flash charges is hilarious. I should not be alive right now. You can see, like, this is what I'm talking about with the Chronomancer. It's gonna be unkillable. We just have no damage, right? And even if I had, like, 10,000 mana right now, that'd only be 1,500 Thorns damage. Scavenge Plating's more than that. The fact that I'm still alive after having no health and no flash charges is crazy. This is how tanky this build is. I love it. No matter, like, if we transition away from Thorns to something else, we'll keep doing a Recoup build, just because this tankiness is crazy. Like the fact that I'm still alive, like, I'm gonna clear the map with no flash charges is, with that start that I had. This is just all Recoup. It's all me healing from the damage she did to me. Only a few attacks were actually putting me negative, and they were primarily poison attacks. Like these ones here. I can't believe I didn't die there. I die after the fight, of course, to these mobs. That's so funny. That's super fun. This is going to be a fun build when all is said and done. Good? Probably not. Fun? For sure. Nothing will die. Not me, not them. Dean's got me hyped, though. I want to go play my Lightning Thorns now. He's the first person I've heard say that my Lightning Thorns was just, like, doing well. I, like, literally made it. And then I streamed with it for, like, 3 hours, and then someone, like, talked me into leveling an alt. And that's when I started my Vera's alt. And I just never touched the Lightning Thorns again. And I've been meaning to go back to it, and now that I've got confirmation that, like, the single target is actually doing what I would hope it would do. That is happy mode. Okay. God, I can't wait till this build's online. Just, like, I want to get this Chronomancer to level 90 and just do Simulacrum just to see how unkillable I am, and then we're probably quitting because... yeah. It does, AB.
Unique power within this flesh.
Like for this number right here, it does. It's something I learned about after the first few videos, but unless you level up the gem skill, you're nerfing your damage, and we can't get rake very high with our build because we're not deck stacking. You would want as high as a gem skill level as possible to increase your Thorns damage. I don't even know if I have anything instilled. Oh, I do, yeah, that's Vengeance. Damn, I almost tanked all that. Oh, close. I'll try to man mode my way through it. But yeah, so because if you look at this point right here, let me just show it real quick. This right here, it says, okay, attack damage 61%, right? That's because we have a level 3 rake. The higher level your damage, the higher the level, the higher this goes up, the modifier, right? So, whenever I attack with rake, and I do Barb's Quill Burst, that damage is only doing 61% of its damage. Okay, this is when I made those first 2 Thorns videos, I did not realize this interaction was happening. In all of 0.1, you could run low-level skill gems, and it didn't really nerf your damage that way. But GGG saw that people were doing that, and this is the adjustment they made. They made gem skill matter to the amplifications of the modifiers of the support gems and stuff, right? So, the fact that we're using a level 3 rake means our Thorns damage is only doing 61% of its damage. Now, here's where it gets better, right? Now, if we get this higher level, that can solve problems, but we can't, right? It requires dex. You're going to need 191 dex to do a max level 1 of these, right? That's not good. Here is where Spear Stab and Mace Strike gets good. Even at level 11, I am only a level 11 skill gem right now for Spear Stab. It is at 201%. So we're talking about 61% versus this doubling the damage of your Thorns. Or whatever, right? 201%, whatever that would end up mathing out to be, right? So that is why Mace Strike is better with the Lightning style, is because the Lightning style is more focused on single target damage, and because we're using Rake, and it's nerfing its damage, it's not just Spear Stab, AB, it's also Mace Strike too. Mace Strike does the same, I believe. I don't know if it's the exact same scaling, but Mace Strike hits really hard too. But that's the reason why, is that, until we find a way to get a higher level Rake, Rake should only be used during the campaign and during mapping, but for bossing, even Rapid Assault, a low-level Rapid Assault does the same thing. You're giga nerfing your damage by using the low-level gems, and I didn't realize that when I made the first 2 videos. A lot of people didn't. Like, there were so many early on videos that from all creators that were recommending low-level skill gems. And, yeah. So, that's why the Lightning style is using the Mace Strike, is because you're actually hitting way, way harder. I know it seems like Rapid Assault would do more because you're hitting 5 times in a second, but because of the amp multiplier, and because the mace we're using swings 2 times a second, it ends up being more single target DPS. Now, Rake has other advantages, right? You have the mobility option, the stomping ground technique and stuff, but in that Lightning build specifically for single target DPS, the Mace Strike is just better. I don't want to do that strong box. They're always annoying. But yeah, I guess I need to do an update video ASAP now that, because I've learned that and I didn't do an update video. I guess that's a fuck up on my end as a build creator. I probably should have made that Lightning video update the moment I learned that mechanic, even though I didn't fully know if the Lightning build was good, but yeah. I think my next video was supposed to be the Bureau's build update, but maybe I need to do a Lightning Warbringer update because I can go over that technique, plus also talk about the Lightning stuff. What does that Strongbox do? It revives the same rare over and over, and it just gives it multiple modifiers. Every time I've done it, it's just been annoying, and it hasn't given good loot. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna die. Never Yeah, I've never gotten anything good from one of those boxes. It always just felt like a waste of time to me. Say maybe. That specific box. Other boxes are cool. That one is just useless to me. I've never gotten anything valid from it. From killing the rare. And it just takes so long. You fight it 5 times and it gives you shit. I didn't lose the heart yet. Oh, I did lose the heart. Nice. I mean, it depends on what build you're doing, Mimi. If you're doing this build, since I'm not pathing to the Thorns section, yeah, that one's pretty good, but if you're playing my Warbringer build, just copy his annoying. Because I path towards the leech stuff, right? So what will you do with your bleed build? I mean, it's like it's done. The bleed version is like, I don't like, it's probably not, maybe done's not the right word because you can always min-max like more math out of it, right? But like the bleed Warbringer is like, that is the build, right? Like that is the bleed build. It doesn't get evolved more from there. Like obviously, like I could increase its damage if I got stuff by Chernobog, but that wouldn't really change the bleed build itself, right? Like that's just like a 40 divine investment that increases its DPS. But I think the bleed build is like... It's like relatively there, right? I don't think it'd be getting updated. Is it there? Did I pass it? What is the goal for that one? Which one? What are you referring to, Babuga? Yeah, me agree. They don't change that as far as I know. Like obviously the tree goes through balance changes and stuff from patch to patch and we'll get new nodes, but like the locations never changed. Oh, what's the goal for that one? We're just testing out mana stacking with Crackling Barrier. I don't think it's going to be very good, but we're just seeing how good it can be, you know? It's like a science build. It's just like, let's see what this build's potential is. It's probably not near as good as the Warbringers, but let's just see where it's at so I can make a feedback post so GGG can buff it in ways that will help it, right? Like, that's the reason we're doing... That's the goal for this one, I guess, right? It is just to see what it can do with a mana stacking Thorns build. Yeah. Like, the thing about Chronomancer is, the reason we're going Chronomancer, I guess, is probably what you were asking. It's for Recoup effects take over 4 seconds instead of 8. It just makes you super, super tanky. It makes you unkillable, and yeah, we're doing mana stacking to test that. Alright guys, that was a nice little 4-hour stream, or 5-hour stream actually, but it is dinner time, and I gotta go make food and stuff, and I have to do work tonight. But thanks for hanging out and stuff. We'll have a build update. There are probably like 2 build updates coming this week for my Beros build and my Lightning Warbringer build, so if you guys are playing either of those style, there'll be a build update. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow. I'll probably be back live Tuesday, though, so... Thanks for hanging out, everybody. You guys have a good night. I appreciate all the kind words and all the advice you guys give me for my builds and stuff. But yeah, I'll be back Tuesday night probably with, we'll see where this build goes there.